plane is a plane. One flight's one flight. And if it holds 50 people or holds 500 people, it's still one flight.
When you talk about which actual flights are reduced here, is there kind of an airport or a type of flight that is more maybe at risk of being cut in those reductions?
Yeah, well, the FAA put out a command basically to the airlines telling them to reduce the flights, and they told them to reduce flights at specific airports. Now, all airports are kind of interconnected, so the 5,000 or so commercial airports we have in the country, just those 40 are going to affect all of the other ones in total. But what I think the airlines, it's important to keep in mind that they are businesses, so they're going to make the cuts where it makes business sense, so they can meet the capacity target, but then also maximize their revenue, minimize their cost losses, things like that. So I would expect flights that are kind of profit losers, low volume flights, low passenger flights to probably be cut first. Because again, if they have a flight that's got 6 people on it and they cut that flight, that's one of them they can drop and then keep the one that has 50 people on it and make more money. That's redundant flights, or where they've got 2 aircraft that are going to the same place, maybe an hour single flight. Because again, it's going to be from the airline's perspective. I mean, obviously making these reductions to begin with, but it's from the airline's perspective is going to be managing costs, managing losses, managing their revenue, and that's going to probably be the big driver for them.
As we go and look at shutdowns past here, have we seen a situation like this where we're talking 4% flight reductions, 10%, and then potentially, according to Duffy, 20%? Have we ever seen anything like that?
We have seen the extreme end of that. Of 9/11, when they canceled everything, it was 100%. But and in the days following that, where they allowed a few more flights, as that kind of got going. But we actually do flight reductions and flight kind of quotas, if you will, constantly all year round, especially when there's bad weather. We see if there's predicted, say, some really bad weather going in the Northeast, the number of flights allowed into the Northeast and into those airports will be reduced. It's not usually something that's public facing. Usually it's something that the FAA will say, hey, we got to reduce capacity because of weather, and then the airlines will handle it, and the airlines will just deal with the passengers, and everybody just kind of thinks the airlines just decided to do that. But it's a big coordinated effort between everybody involved in the national airspace system to maintain safety, even at the expense of the convenience to the flyers.
What sort of maybe impacts would your average passenger, your average traveler who's just trying to get to a location, what are maybe the average issues that they are going to see as all of this is ongoing?
Yeah, well, I think they're going to see, kind of things that you'd expect with government systems under strain. Because keep in mind that the TSA is also in that same kind of boat that the air traffic controllers are in, as are all the maintenance people that work in the airfields. So I'd expect people to see longer lines. I'd expect people to see fewer security checkpoints open. I'd expect people to see longer, maybe a little more hassle-prone kind of things where they're trying to get their flights resolved with the airlines. I think I kind of recommend for people, though, is just kind of keep in mind that, keep in mind your own personal risk tolerance. We already know that there are going to be flights canceled. There are going to be flights delayed. So maybe if people are super, super strict with their time, say they're traveling over Thanksgiving and they absolutely have to be back to work Monday morning, maybe they ought to fly back Friday or Saturday and not wait till try to catch a flight on Sunday. Manage your personal risk. And I think what we're going to see a lot for the passenger experience is that difference between the people that manage their risk and that kind of either planned ahead or allowed for the additional time and stuff versus the people that didn't. And that's going to be amplified over the holiday season because, say the month of October wasn't too bad because a lot of October is the usual daily professionals that travel a lot. I travel a lot, maybe you travel a lot. But then coming to holiday season, we get some of those folks that Thanksgiving is the only time they get on an airplane the entire year. If that, it might be the only time they get on an airplane every 5 or 6 years. So those folks are going to be showing up to the airport, thrown into the chaos in the middle of all the other stuff. So for the average person, it's probably going to be a little, probably a little bit more stressful, maybe even a lot more stressful. But everybody's going to be trying to do the best they can from TSA all the way up to air traffic controllers.
Which airports, and this is kind of unrelated, but related in a sense, I just wanted to get your take on which airports could potentially have the biggest delays here as all of this is ongoing? Because Atlanta seems to have the busiest airport, I would say, nationwide. If you've ever gone through there, you definitely know that. There's some other airports, like let's say I've been to the Lexington, Kentucky airport. They're not used to seeing a lot of delays. Orlando's kind of in the middle there in Florida. So which airports might see the biggest impact?
Um, it's going to kind of depend what you mean and how it affects you personally. Because again, it's going to be they gave that list of 40 airports. Because of the way airlines work, they do what's called a hub and spoke. So for example, I'll be flying over the holidays from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, down to Nashville, but I have to connect through Charlotte because that's a hub. So if Charlotte is one of the ones, and I don't have the list in front of me, but if Charlotte is one of the ones that has reductions in flights, then both my flight from Harrisburg and my flight to Nashville may suffer because of something going on in Charlotte. So that's kind of thing is going to be the flights with multiple connections are going to be more prone to having interference with them. Whereas if you have a direct and nonstop flight, if I could get a nonstop flight, say from Harrisburg to Nashville, well, that's just one flight. I don't have to worry about my connecting second flight. I can just take one flight and it either runs or it doesn't, or it's delayed or it's not, but then I don't have multiple touch points with the potential cancellations. Obviously, the bigger the airport, the busier the airport, the more operations they handle, the bigger the cuts are going to be. An airport that handles 5,000 flights a day, say, if there's a 5,000 operations a day, if they got to cut that by 10%, that's going to be 500. But an airport that handles 20 operations a day, they're going to see 2. But those 2 might be the only ones going to where they're going. So so it's going to be very much a personal experience. There's not really a blanket thing for how people are going to feel the impact.
If we were to see the shutdown end today, that's not looking likely. We know the Senate is convening to potentially take a vote, but it's not expected to pass at this point. So if the shutdown, though, were to end today, how much longer would we likely see the impacts of this flight reduction? Is there any way to really know? Because I have to imagine it's not going to be an immediate solution.
No, it's not, because it's one of the ways we can kind of look at this is if you remember the 2018-2019 shutdown, which was 35 days. Now that one began at a couple days before Christmas, so we didn't experience that over the holidays the way we're going to experience this one. But that one ended when 10 air traffic controllers across the country had called out, and it forced a reduction in air traffic control and air traffic stuff. So, and then that situation with the reductions they had to do there still took many weeks to kind of wash out of the system and get back to normal. And we know, from all the coverage we've had over this year, that air traffic control is and has been for 40 years short-staffed. It has been short-staffed. So it's going to take, I would plan on a couple of months at least for it to get back to the way it was before the shutdown. Because even then, air traffic controllers were working 60-hour weeks in a lot of facilities, rotating shifts, understaffed, all that kind of stuff. So we're hoping to get back to that not great situation from where we are now. But now all these reductions are done just preemptively because we know the system's taxed. We know the system is under strain. So let's reduce the amount of throughput we're trying to force through the system to ensure the safety, even if it is compromising the convenience to the flyers.
All right. Dr. Philip Mann, thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to help break it down. And before I let you go, anything that you want to add about this, anything we missed?
I just kind of want to reiterate that air travel is safe, and these reductions are being done to maintain that safety. But with respect to the individual thing, the individual experience, I just really want people to think about what is your own personal risk tolerance. If you can't tolerate a delay because your schedule's too tight, or or something else is going on where a single delay or a single cancellation is just going to wreck your whole week, maybe consider trying to put the trip off to grandma until after the shutdown ends, or maybe try to fly a little earlier, show up a
In the wake of this week's deadly crash at a UPS global aviation hub in Kentucky, both UPS and FedEx are grounding their fleets of McDonnell Douglas MD-11 planes, quote, out of an abundance of caution. The crash Tuesday at UPS Worldport in Louisville killed 14 people, including 3 pilots on the MD-11 that was bound for Honolulu. UPS issued a statement saying, quote, "We made this decision proactively at the recommendation of the aircraft manufacturer. Nothing is more important to us than the safety of our employees and the communities we serve," end quote. FedEx told the Associated Press it will ground the aircraft while it conducts a thorough safety review based on the recommendation of the manufacturer. Now, we also have this post here. I want to pop up on your screen. This is from Flight Radar 24. It says the FAA has just issued an emergency airworthiness directive for MD-11 aircraft, requiring aircraft inspections and any applicable corrective actions before further flight. And UPS here saying, out of an abundance of caution and in the interest of safety, we have made the decision to temporarily ground our MD-11 fleet. Find the full statement in our newsroom. I do want to bring in a guest here, a friend of the show, to discuss all of this and what it really means. We do have Matthew Wiz Buckley. He has a lot of titles. He's a former American Airlines and FedEx pilot and the founder here of No Fallen Heroes. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Good morning, Josh. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. Well, first off, can you explain to folks out there exactly, as we go back to basics, what an MD-11 really is?
Sure, Josh. Back in the day, Boeing had a DC-10, right? McDonnell Douglas, which Boeing bought. 2 engines on, one on each wing and one all the way up in the tail. They got old and they got retired, and then they transitioned to the MD-11. Similar type of airframe, though. 3 engines, one up in the tail and one on each wing. Now, the mishap that you've probably seen reference to recently, I think you and I talked about it the other day, was American Airlines Flight 191. That was a DC-10 that took off in 1979 out of Chicago O'Hare, and zipping down the runway, also the left engine separated from the aircraft, and they got airborne and rolled upside down and hit a neighborhood in Chicago. It's just an absolute horror. Turned out to be maintenance issues. The way they were removing the engines for maintenance from the aircraft was like a forklift to a pylon and all sorts of stuff, and it was awful maintenance. So sadly, anything in aviation, most of safety procedures in aviation are written in blood. So after a mishap occurs, the government, the companies dig deep and say, oh man, this is why it happened. Let's write this down so we never do something like this again. That's why when you and I talked the other day, I think we called it. I said, I'm stunned that FedEx and UPS are still flying these MD-11s. An engine ripped off the airplane. They don't know why. They should ground the fleet. And then 1 potato, 2 potato, a couple days later, we're grounding our fleet. I think FedEx has about 26 of these. I forget what UPS has. And I got to be honest with you, Josh, these are for-profit companies. Grounding, let's just say 26 MD-11s is a lot of freight and a lot of money to be losing for these airlines. But as you read in their statements, out of an abundance of caution and all that type of language, they did this. But you also read that the FAA had come out with some directive. So while the companies might have led with grounding their fleet, they knew what was coming. The FAA, there was no way the FAA was going to let these things keep flying without taking some action.
Of course. And I want to talk about just some of the safety aspects here and really the operational factors in general. When you talk about something like cargo, freight, versus maybe a passenger plane flying it, because you've done American Airlines, you've done FedEx. So explain to me kind of the difference there when you're talking about operations, safety, all of that.
Let me lead with the legal answer, or what should be the right answer. There should be no different. But both of these aircraft, whether it's cargo or for passenger, are flying civilians. And if bad things happen, somebody's going to die, and maybe even people on the ground, as we saw in the Louisville mishap here. So there shouldn't be any different. Now let me give you the real world answer. Freight dogs. I remember, flying for FedEx, and if the airplane was broken, we weren't canceled. either that plane was getting fixed or they were getting another one because sitting behind us was a lot of potential money for Fred Smith. Back in the day, FedEx was just such a unique business model. We'll get a package to you anywhere on the planet within the next 24 hours. So we were flying. We weren't like a passenger airline where hey, the weather's really bad. We're gonna cancel type of thing and try it again tomorrow. We were going. So I will say there was whether it's company induced or self-induced pressure to get it to make our cargo flights, and obviously FedEx, UPS, the vast majority of the flying is on the backside of the clock. I remember showing up to work in Memphis at 11, 12 o'clock at night and flying all night until 8 in the morning, and trying to get to the hotel before the sun came up so I could try and sleep during the day. So cargo operations are a little more intense and a lot more pressure than, let's say, the civilian airlines.
When we talk about the situation here as it did unfold, again, we have been following this since Tuesday when it did happen. Sadly, many lives lost there, people on the ground injured. As you look at all of this here, does it send any sort of message to the general flying public? Should they read anything into what happened?
That's a tough one, Josh. Yes and no. No, in the sense that aviation, anybody who shows up to work in aviation is showing up to be safe, whether you're an aviator, a maintainer, air traffic controller who's not getting paid. We're all trying to do our best job. I mean, we just don't, I joke with people, Josh, what was the movie Sully? The guy took a bunch of birds and they land in the Hudson. Everybody's like, oh, he's a hero. Well, maybe, but I got to tell you, Josh, we all laugh in the aviation as aviators. We're like, all interest is self-interest. If I hit a bunch of birds and both engines quit, guess who I'm caring about at that moment? Me, right? And the fact that Sully saved, 150 people sitting behind him was gravy. So just know that we're trying to be as safe as humanly possible. But as far as the maintenance issue, Josh, I have to tell the flying public that you and I just talked about American Flight 191. Engines aren't supposed to rip off of an airplane. I mean, it's just that basic. These things are not supposed to do that. But, and I don't want to scare the flying public, we actually do train to this. We do train for engine failure, engine fire, and for engine separation. But Josh, if, God forbid, an engine does separate from the aircraft, it's supposed to, the way it's designed, do it a lot more cleanly, so to speak, than what it looks like on all those videos in Louisville. It looks when that engine came off, it took a lot with it. You can see it obviously started a fire. The NTSB guy that spoke the other day said, hey, they got the fire alarm, a big bell in the cockpit, indicating a fire on that left engine. And then obviously whatever ripped off of the left engine, Josh, you can see right before it crashes, the engine in the tail, the number 2 engine, also is spitting a little bit of fire. So I think a bunch of stuff came off the left engine as well into the tail motor. So they, technically you can fly with that left engine being ripped off, but not if there's an uncontrollable fire. And then the tail engine also eating some stuff and catching on fire. So that was just an impossible situation. So long answer to your short question. The flying public should be okay. I know this is a horror to watch, but this extremely rare, almost never happens. And if it does, and it's a little bit more clean than what happened in Louisville, that you can still fly. But Josh, it's going to be interesting to watch this mishap report and see actually what the issue was. I think you and I covered real quick the other day about how a lot of these MD-11s have been in the desert for a while. Remember, these are for-profit entities. If they're cutting if the business cycle's getting a little bit of a lull and we're losing some business, they don't park airplanes at that airport and say, we're just going to keep them here, because they have to be maintained. So what they do is they put them what we call out in mothballs. They go out into the Mojave or out in Arizona, and they kind of get them down to a skeleton level. And then if business picks back up, they bring them out. They're supposed to do obviously a lot of maintenance to get them back to good condition and then put them back on the line. So I heard from some buddies at UPS that this one was a kind of a recent desert rejuvenation. So did that have anything to do with it? I don't know. We're going to find out.
Yeah, we definitely are, as the NTSB does work that investigation. And of course, we'll get updates like we always do from them as they work that investigation. Now, Wiz, before I let you go, I do want to talk to you about one other topic related to airspace as we talk about the flight cancellations, delays, the flight reductions here that have been put into effect. We know as of last Friday, that's about a 4% reduction at 40 major airports, expected to rise to about 10% by next Friday. And then Sean Duffy says it's possible if the shutdown continues, that could rise to 20%. We're talking 1 in every 5 flights. As of right now, more than 1,200 flights have been canceled for today alone and more than 1,300 delayed. What do you make of all of this? What are your thoughts overall as somebody with a lot of experience there in aviation?
Unprecedented, Josh. I don't want to age myself, 35, 37 years I've been in aviation, almost 4 decades. I've never seen anything like this. It's an absolute disgrace. And the folks that caused all of this are still getting paid, which is even more infuriating to the American people. We have a son at the University of Colorado, Jack. We want to get home for Thanksgiving. Once people started, if you haven't been flying recently and you don't have anything planned, you just kind of hear about this on the news. But when it starts impacting you, a lot more people are going to be really upset, Josh. And I get that the government's being proactive and looking at safety. Like, hey, if we don't have staffing at these airports, it's a safety issue, which is good tactically. I'm glad they're being proactive to try and make things safe. But let's go up to the strategic level and say, do your job, open the government, get these people paid. The more people that are impacted with the busiest travel days of the year coming up, you're going to see some pitchforks and torches heading towards our politicians.
Yeah, isn't it a few days, I guess, before Thanksgiving is one of the busiest, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's right around Thanksgiving. It's just an absolute zoo. Usually when things are going well at these airports, can you imagine what it's going to be this year? So our elected leaders, for lack of a better word, aren't doing their jobs, and it's a disgrace. We got to get our people. When I was an officer in the Navy, Josh, you take care of your people. That's it. And the fact that we have air traffic controllers, TSA agents, and obviously near and dear to my heart, the military. The fact that 40% of our enlisted families are on food stamps, let alone they don't get paid that much. They're missing paychecks and obviously on food stamps. This is a disgrace. Take care of our people or bad things are going to happen.
Matthew Wiz Buckley, thank you again, as always, for taking the time to be here and breaking it all down. We definitely appreciate it. We are keeping an eye on everything that does play out. And of course, a big story we're watching, the situation over at the airports. You can see several different live images that we do have coming in at this hour. And I can tell you right now, it is already very busy at several airports, as we've learned that there are just today more than 1,100 flights that have been canceled and about 800 or so that have been delayed. That number only expected to rise here as the day does progress. Now, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy issuing a warning saying if this government shutdown does continue for a period of time here, he could force airlines to cut up to 20% of their flights. That's 1 in every 5. The Federal Aviation Administration on Friday, just 2 days ago, instructing airlines to cut 4% of flights at 40 major airports due to those staffing shortages, again, caused by the shutdown. Those cuts are going to rise to 10% by next Friday. So what does all this mean, and essentially what could be the impact to you at home? I do want to bring in Dr. Philip Mann, an aviation expert there at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us to discuss what a lot of people are talking about.
Sure thing.
All right, so first off, talking about just today, again, I said more than 1,100 flights canceled just for today, just for this Sunday, more than 700, possibly as many as 800 already delayed. How does that compare to, let's say, your average, Jay? Because that seems like a very high number.
It sounds like a big number, but it's kind of important to keep in mind the kind of scale of air travel. You know, on any given kind of random day in the middle of like October, we might have 25,000, 30,000 flights that day. So if you cut down, 5-ish% of those, you're going to get several hundred, 1,000 something flights, a little more than that. And as we're creeping up towards the holidays, Thanksgiving flights might be 45,000, 50,000. So if we're cutting out, say, 5% of those flights, we're going to see a proportionately larger number. So the numbers sound big. And there is a little bit of there can be a little bit of a difference of interpretation about how some people are interpreting these. For example, if the FAA is telling them to reduce capacity, basically they're reducing the total number of flights into an airport. That doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be a reduced, a total equal reduction in number of passengers, say, because they might change out a smaller plane for a bigger plane or something like that because a plane is a plane, one flight's one flight, and if it holds 50 people or holds 500 people, it's still one flight.
When you talk about which actual flights are reduced here, is there kind of an airport or a type of flight that is more maybe at risk of being cut in those reductions?
Yeah, the FAA put out a command basically to the airlines telling them to reduce the flights, and they told them to reduce flights at specific airports. Now, all airports are kind of interconnected, so the 5,000 or so commercial airports we have in the country, just those 40 are going to affect all of the other ones in total. But what I think the airlines, it's important to keep in mind that they are businesses. So they're going to make the cuts where it makes business sense, so they can meet the capacity target, but then also maximize their revenue, minimize their cost losses, things like that. So I would expect flights that are kind of profit losers, low volume flights, low passenger flights to probably be cut first. Because again, if they have a flight that's got 6 people on it and they cut that flight, that's one of them they can drop and then keep the one that has 50 people on it and make more money that way. So that's going to be the kind of thing. I think they're going to probably look at cutting redundant flights or where they've got 2 aircraft that are going to the same place, maybe an hour apart, trying to figure out how to combine those into a single flight. Because again, it's going to be from the airline's perspective. I mean, obviously, safety is always going to be the big thing. It's why we're making these reductions to begin with. But it's from the airline's perspective is going to be managing costs, managing losses, managing their revenue. And that's going to probably be the big driver for them.
As we go and look at shutdowns past here, have we seen a situation like this where we're talking 4% flight reductions, 10%, and then potentially, according to Duffy, 20%? Have we ever seen anything like that?
We have seen the extreme end of that of 9/11 when they canceled everything was 100%. But and in the days following that, where they allowed a few more flights, as that kind of got going. But we actually do flight reductions and flight kind of quotas, if you will, constantly all year round, especially when there's bad weather. We see if there's predicted, say, some really bad weather going in the Northeast, the number of flights allowed into the Northeast and into those airports will be reduced. It's not usually something that's public facing. Usually it's something that the FAA will say, hey, we got to reduce capacity because of weather. And then the airlines will handle it, and the airlines will just deal with the passengers, and everybody just kind of thinks the airlines just decided to do that. But it's a big coordinated effort between everybody involved in the national airspace system to maintain safety, even at the expense of the convenience to the flyers.
What sort of maybe impacts would your average passenger, your average traveler who's just trying to get to a location, what are maybe the average issues that they are going to see as all of this is ongoing?
Yeah, well, I think they're going to see, kind of things that you'd expect with government systems under strain. Because keep in mind that the TSA is also in that same kind of boat that the air traffic controllers are in, as are all the maintenance people that work on the airfields. So I'd expect people to see longer lines. I'd expect people to see fewer security checkpoints open. I'd expect people to see longer, maybe a little more hassle-prone kind of things where they're trying to get their flights resolved with the airlines. I think I kind of recommend for people, though, is just kind of keep in mind that, keep in mind your own personal risk tolerance. We already know that there are going to be flights canceled. There are going to be flights delayed. So maybe if people are super strict with their time, say they're traveling over Thanksgiving and they absolutely have to be back to work Monday morning, maybe they ought to fly back Friday or Saturday and not wait till try to catch a flight on Sunday. Manage your personal risk. And I think what we're going to see a lot for the passenger experience is that difference between the people that manage their risk and that kind of either planned ahead or allowed for the additional time and stuff versus the people that didn't. And that's going to be amplified over the holiday season because, say the month of October wasn't too bad because a lot of October is the usual daily professionals that travel a lot. I travel a lot, maybe you travel a lot. But then coming to holiday season, we get some of those folks that Thanksgiving is the only time they get on an airplane the entire year. If that, it might be the only time they get on an airplane every 5 or 6 years. So those folks are going to be showing up to the airport, thrown into the chaos in the middle of all the other stuff. So for the average person, it's probably going to be a little, probably a little bit more stressful, maybe even a lot more stressful. But everybody's going to be trying to do the best they can from TSA all the way up to air traffic controllers.
Which airports, and this is kind of unrelated, but related in a sense, I just wanted to get your take on which airports could potentially have the biggest delays here as all of this is ongoing, because Atlanta seems to have the busiest airport, I would say, nationwide. If you've ever gone through there, you definitely know that. There's some other airports, like, let's say, I've been to the Lexington, Kentucky airport. They're not used to seeing a lot of delays. Orlando's kind of in the middle there in Florida. So which airports might see the biggest impact?
It's going to kind of depend what you mean and how it affects you personally, because again, it's going to be they gave that list of 40 airports. Because of the way airlines work, they do what's called a hub and spoke. So, for example, I'll be flying over the holidays from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania down to Nashville, but I have to connect through Charlotte because that's a hub. So if Charlotte is one of the ones, and I don't have the list in front of me, but if Charlotte is one of the ones that has reductions in flights, then both my flight from Harrisburg and my flight to Nashville may suffer because of something going on in Charlotte. So that's kind of thing is going to be the flights with multiple connections are going to be more prone to having interference with them. Whereas, if you have a direct and nonstop flight, if I could get a nonstop flight, say from Harrisburg to Nashville, well, that's just one flight. I don't have to worry about my connecting second flight. I can just take one flight and it either runs or it doesn't, or it's delayed or it's not, but then I don't have multiple touch points with the potential cancellations. Obviously, the bigger the airport, the busier the airport, the more operations they handle, the bigger the cuts are going to be. An airport that handles 5,000 flights a day, say, if there's a 5,000 operations a day, if they got to cut that by 10%, that's going to be 500. But an airport that handles 20 operations a day, they're going to see 2. But those 2 might be the only ones going to where they're going. So so it's going to be very much a personal experience. There's not really a blanket thing for how people are going to feel the impact.
If we were to see the shutdown end today, that's not looking likely. We know the Senate is convening to potentially take a vote, but it's not expected to pass at this point. So if the shutdown, though, were to end today, how much longer would we likely see the impacts of this flight reduction? Is there any way to really know? Because I have to imagine it's not going to be an immediate solution.
No, it's not, because it's one of the ways we can kind of look at this is, if you remember the 2018-2019 shutdown, which was 35 days. Now that one began at a couple days before Christmas, So we didn't experience that over the holidays the way we're going to experience this one. But that one ended when 10 air traffic controllers across the country had called out, and it forced a reduction in air traffic control and air traffic stuff. So, and then that situation with the reductions they had to do there still took many weeks to kind of wash out of the system and get back to normal. And we know, from all the coverage we've had over this year, that air traffic control is and has been for 40 years short-staffed. It has been short-staffed. So it's going to take, I would plan on a couple of months at least for it to get back to the way it was before the shutdown, because even then, air traffic controllers were working 60-hour weeks in a lot of facilities, rotating shifts, understaffed, all that kind of stuff. So we're hoping to get back to that not great situation from where we are now. But now all these reductions are done just preemptively because we know the system's taxed. We know the system is under strain. So let's reduce the amount of throughput we're trying to force through the system to ensure the safety, even if it is compromising the convenience to the flyers.
All right, Dr. Philip Mann, thank you so much for taking the time, as always, to help break it down. And before I let you go, anything that you want to add about this, anything we missed?
I just kind of want to reiterate that air travel is safe, and these reductions are being done to maintain that safety. But with respect to the individual thing, the individual experience, I just really want people to think about what is your own personal risk tolerance. If you can't tolerate a delay because your schedule's too tight, or something else is going on where a single delay or a single cancellation is just going to wreck your whole week, maybe consider trying to put the trip off to grandma until after the shutdown ends, or maybe try to fly a little earlier, show up a little earlier, try to mitigate the risks a little bit, because there's a chance everybody's going to see something, some little delay, some little extra time in line, something like that. And the more we can go into it kind of expecting those things to happen and having a plan to manage those personally, the easier it's going to be for us, and the easier it's going to be for everybody else involved.
Philip Mann, thank you so much again for taking the time to be here with us. I'm sure we'll be in touch as all of this does kind of continue here. Thank you again.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Texas Governor Greg Abbott announces his re-election bid.
He's an American patriot, loves their country, and feels free every single day to tell the truth to our fellow Americans, which is what we need more now than ever before. So I'm proud to join you back here in Houston, Texas. A city where my wonderful wife, the fabulous First Lady of Texas, Cecilia, she was born right here in Houston. Houston is the city that Cecilia and I moved to after I graduated from law school. It's a city where our daughter, when she was just a young kid, used to spend so much time. It also is a city where Cecilia and I frequented a restaurant nearby where we are, the original Ninfa's in Houston, Texas. And this is the place where I first ran for public office. We won Harris County then, and we are going to win Harris County again this election. So Houston has been a huge part of the tremendous Texas economic success. When I became governor, Texas had the 12th largest economy in the entire world. Wow. Well, that was great, but we're Texas, and 12th isn't really the best. And so we took office and we cut your taxes. We slashed regulations and we attracted more businesses, added more jobs. And today, under my leadership, the Texas gross domestic product has increased to $2.7 trillion a year, making Texas now the 8th largest economy in the entire world. Nowhere but up. That's exactly right. Because we ain't done yet. We're still going. So the Texas economy is larger than the economy of so many other countries. We're larger than the economy of Canada and Mexico, larger than the economies of Italy and Spain. And yes, the Texas economy is larger than the economy of Russia. So listen, since I've been governor, Texas has been ranked #1 in America for the most new jobs. #1 in America is the best state for doing business every year that I've been governor. #1 for business expansions and relocations. And #1 in areas that are kind of important to your everyday lives. Did you know that Texas ranks #1 for the most electricity generation? Things you need to use every single day in your homes. In fact, Texas generates more electricity than the second and third states combined. We're leaders in aerospace, leaders in artificial intelligence. The Texas economy is growing twice as fast as the United States economy. And more Texans have a job today, and their wages are higher than ever before in the history of Texas. Important is this, and that is the driving force of the Texas economy are our small businesses. Businesses like where we are here tonight. Small businesses represent more than 95% of all businesses in Texas. And get this, Texas just announced a new record. We now have more than 3 million registered businesses in the state of Texas, twice the number when I first took office. Most of those are small businesses. And the deal is we want to make sure that we continue to help those small businesses continue to grow. That's why we enacted laws to cut the red tape they have to deal with and to help lower their cost.
And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. Happy Monday to you. My name is Christy Matino, and I'll be here with you for the next several hours. We continue to follow a lot of news out of Washington, D.C. as you're taking a live look there at the U.S. Capitol this morning. The Senate took the first step to end the government shutdown on Sunday after a group of moderate Democrats agreed to proceed without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies, angering many in their caucus who say Americans want them to continue the fight. In a test vote that is the first in a series of required procedural maneuvers, the Senate voted 60-40 to move toward passing compromise legislation to fund the government and hold a later vote on extending Affordable Care Act tax credits that expire January 1st. Final passage could be several days away if Democrats object and delay the process.
The motion upon reconsideration is agreed to.
And that was the vote there last night. The agreement does not guarantee the health care subsidies will be extended, as Democrats have demanded for almost 6 weeks. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer of New York voted against moving ahead with the package, along with all but 8 of his Democratic colleagues. A group of 3 former governors, New Hampshire Senator Jeanne Shaheen, New Hampshire Senator Maggie Hassan, and Independent Senator Angus King of Maine, broke the 6-week stalemate on Sunday when they agreed to vote to advance 3 bipartisan annual spending bills and extend the rest of government funding until late January in exchange for a mid-December vote on extending the health care tax credits. The agreement also includes a reversal of the mass firings of federal workers by the Trump administration since the shutdown began on October 1st, and would ensure that federal workers receive back pay. Senate Majority Leader John Thune quickly endorsed the deal and called an immediate vote to begin the process of approving it as the shutdown continued to disrupt flights nationwide, threaten food assistance for millions of Americans, and leave federal workers without pay. In addition to Shaheen, King, and Hassan, Democratic Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia, home to tens of thousands of federal workers, also voted in favor of moving forward on the agreement. The moderates had expected a larger number of Democrats to vote with them, as 10 to 12 Democratic senators have been part of the negotiations. But in the end, only 5 Democrats switched their votes, the exact number that Republicans needed. The vote was temporarily delayed on Sunday evening as 3 conservatives who often criticize spending bills, Republican Senators Mike Lee of Utah, Rick Scott of Florida, and Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, withheld their votes and huddled with Thune at the back of the chamber. They eventually voted yes after speaking to President Trump. Democrats had voted 14 times not to reopen the government as they demanded the extension of tax credits that make coverage more affordable under the Affordable Care Act. Republicans said they would not negotiate on health care, but GOP leaders have been quietly working with the group of moderates as the contours of an agreement began to emerge. The agreement includes bipartisan bills worked out by the Senate Appropriations Committee to fund parts of government, food aid, veterans programs, and the legislative branch, among other things. All other funding would be extended until the end of January, giving lawmakers more than 2 months to finish additional spending bills. The deal would reinstate federal workers who had received reduction in force or layoff notices and reimburse states that spent their own funds to keep federal programs running during the shutdown. It would also protect against future reductions in force through January and guarantee federal workers would be paid once the shutdown is over. After Democrats met for over 2 hours to discuss the proposal, Schumer said he could not, quote, in good faith, support it. Schumer, who received blowback from his party in March when he voted to keep the government open, said that Democrats have now, quote, sounded the alarm on health care. He then went on to say, we will not give up the fight. I just wanted to share with you a couple sound bites from lawmakers on all of this.
Republicans control the White House, the Senate, and the House. And they made clear over a period of weeks, including just this week, that this was as far as they would go as part of the shutdown talks. This was the only deal on the table.
The question was, does the shutdown further the goal of achieving some needed support for the extension of the tax credits? Our judgment was that it would not produce that result. And the evidence for that is almost 7 weeks of fruitless attempts to make that happen. Would it Would it change in a week or another week or after Thanksgiving or Christmas? And there's no evidence that it would.
That's a big win for 2 million federal employees, and added together with these other ingredients of robust appropriations bills and a guaranteed path forward to vote on fixing the ACA, that made me sign on and say, yes, we can do it.
All right, once again, those were some lawmakers speaking on the government shutdown. And we also do have some more reaction that I wanted to share with you here. This is from GOP Senator Markwayne Mullin. He's saying, after 40 days, the Senate unlocked a path to reopen the government. Final vote 60-40. I voted for the 15th time to end the Schumer shutdown. He then goes on to say at the end of this, saying that he's frustrated that Oklahomans have faced almost 6 weeks of unnecessary hardship, travel delays, and missed paychecks. But after this important vote, I'm optimistic the Schumer shutdown will soon come to an end. I do believe we have some more reaction here, and this is from Democratic Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, saying, after 40 days as a consistent voice against shutting our government down, I voted yes for the 15th time to reopen. I'm sorry to our military, SNAP recipients, government workers, and Capitol Police who haven't been paid in weeks. It should have never come to this. This was a failure. So once again, some reaction there as we continue to follow the government shutdown. And we do have some even more news out of Washington, D.C., and I wanted to share this here with you. The live look there at the White House as President Trump has granted full, complete, and unconditional pardons to several key allies accused of attempting to overturn the 2020 election. And that's according to U.S. pardon attorney Ed Martin. He announced this Sunday night. In a post on X, he shared Trump's proclamation granting pardons for dozens of people, including notable figures like Rudy Giuliani, Mark Meadows, and Sidney Powell. And here is this post here from the Associated Press sharing this news that we just learned a short time ago here. The pardon proclamation was posted in response to a message Martin shared on X on May 26, 2025, that had said, quote, "No MAGA left behind." Ed Martin, the government's pardon attorney, posted on social media that signed proclamation of the, quote, full, complete, and unconditional pardon, which also, as I said, names conservative attorneys Sidney Powell and John Eastman. The proclamation posted online late yesterday explicitly says the pardon does not apply to President Trump. Presidential pardons apply only to federal crimes, and none of the Trump allies named were charged in federal cases over the 2020 election. The proclamation described efforts to prosecute those accused of aiding President Trump's efforts to cling to power, quote, as a grave national injustice perpetrated on the American people, and said the pardons were designed to continue, quote, the process of national reconciliation. The White House didn't immediately respond to an email seeking comment today. Also pardoned were Republicans who acted as fake electors for President Trump in 2020 that were charged in state cases of submitting false certificates that confirmed they were legitimate electors despite former President Biden's victory in those states. Giuliani, Meadows, and others who were named in the proclamation had been charged by state prosecutors over the 2020 election, but the cases have hit a dead end or are slowly moving along. A judge in September dismissed the Michigan case against 15 Republicans accused of attempting to falsely certify President Trump as the winner of the election in that battleground state. We're also following even more news out of Washington, D.C. Again, I do want to put back up this shot of the White House here for you. As we also learned yesterday, President Trump again hinted that he was considering using his tariff revenue to send stimulus checks to Americans. And I do believe we do have that post here from Truth Social from the president, and I want to put that up on your screen here right now. In this early morning Truth Social post, President Trump touted the successes he said his administration had been seeing after implementing his tariffs, and said that, quote, a dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, would be paid to everyone. President Trump gave no other details about if and when the checks were actually coming or which high-income people could be excluded. Now, later yesterday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was asked during an interview about President Trump's post and suggested the dividend could come via the tax cuts already passed this year in President Trump's bill. We do actually have a quote there, and he says, "I haven't spoken to the president about this yet, but you know, it could. The $2,000 dividend could come in lots of forms, in lots of ways." So that's the quote we have there from Bessent. But this isn't the first time President Trump has discussed the idea of giving stimulus checks to Americans since his return to the Oval Office. Last month, he said during an interview that he was looking at sending stimulus checks worth $1,000, ranging to $2,000. And earlier this year, when Elon Musk was running the Department of Government Efficiency, he and President Trump were considering $5,000 stimulus checks from savings Doge found in cutting federal costs, but it never came to fruition. In September, the Trump administration said it collected $31.3 billion in tariff revenue, $73 million below the August record. So far in 2025, the Treasury Department says the U.S. has collected $214.9 billion in tariff revenue. The Supreme Court held arguments last week over whether President Trump's trade policy is legal. Challengers say President Trump is illegally using an emergency law to claim nearly limitless tariff power, and American small businesses are paying the price. So once again we were just sharing a lot of news here out of Washington, D.C. with you as we head away for a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I wanted to give you a live look at just some of the airports across the country here as we continue to monitor the government shutdown and how this is impacting your travel. I wanted to just share a brief few moments here of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy as he spoke to media at Ronald Reagan National Airport on Friday.
I wanted to come by DCA here and talk to passengers who have been impacted by the shutdown, by the decisions that we've made today to start the decrease in capacity. Starting today at 4%, we're going to get up to 10%. Many of you have reported on that. But I want to hear about the passenger experience. What can we do better? And get their feedback. I think that's always important to hear from the experience of the American traveling public. Now, this morning I talked about why is this happening? And I've had a lot of questions about the data. And I necessarily didn't want to give the data because some people might say, well, you're at 10%, it should be at 15%. Others might say it should be at 5%. It is not a science, it is an art that we're trying to deploy to keep people safe in the airspace. And we're trying to be, we're trying to prevent the pressure that we now see building in the system. There's a very easy solution. Let's open the government up. Let's pay our controllers and reduce the pressure. That's not happening. The Senate actually is going home this weekend. As many people here can't get home, the Senate goes home. They should be here every day, every weekend, every week trying to find a deal so we can open the government back up.
Mr. Secretary.
I want to talk to you about the data. So first, some have asked what's happened in the airspace. So a few points that we look at that are sending us in the wrong direction. Right. So number one, loss of separation in the airspace. So that's the minimum distance we keep between aircraft to keep them safe. We've seen breaches, more breaches in regard to that loss of separation. We see more incursions on tarmacs throughout the country. And we have more complaints from pilots about stress from our air traffic controllers and more complaints about the lack of responsiveness from controllers. So that data is going in the wrong direction, not in the right direction, which made us make the decision we have to actually take additional measures to reduce the pressure in our system. I want to make one comparison. I'm getting sniped at by some Democrats. I don't like it. I didn't put us in this situation. They did. We were here 10 months ago, and I want to make a comparison only in regard to this. The FAA didn't look at the data to say there were near misses in this airspace between helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft. They didn't see the data. We learned from that. So now I'm looking at the data and seeing pressure, and we're going to take action. The safety team at the FAA reviewed that data. The administrator looked at it. These are the recommendations that have come from the FAA safety team. But you want us to look at what we see with regard to data and make really good decisions to keep people safe. That's what we've done today. I think it's the right decision. And again, I want to hear from passengers. Ready to take your questions or anyone else.
How would you rate the airline's response, and what would you say to passengers who are frustrated with cancellations and delays?
So the airlines have been good partners. They don't love this. They're going to lose millions of dollars because of this. It's challenging for them to take down flights. And to those passengers that are upset, listen, call your Democrat senator. 14 times they voted no to open up the government. Those in the House that are sniping at me, they voted no to open up the government. And again, you can have votes. There's a process on how this is supposed to work in the Congress. Shutdowns are not the way you get your will in your way if you've lost elections. You introduce bills, you debate, you vote. That's what you do. And if you can't get what you want, you don't shut the government down and inflict this pain on the American people. Yes. I'm sorry, what's that? So international flights are not going to be impacted, and there's a reason for that. I appreciate the question. We have international agreements that we abide by. And because of those international agreements, I'm not going to impact those international flights. And because if I do, what will happen is we have other countries that are waiting to have a breach of those contracts from the U.S. so they can cut down American flights, and that would have a very long-lasting impact on our ability to send travelers from the U.S. to those partnering countries that have the agreements. Yes.
Once again, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy there addressing the media on the first day of those reductions on Friday, and that was at Ronald Reagan National Airport. What I wanted to do right now is bring in a couple members of our Fox team here, and we do have standing by Maureen Ume with Fox 5 DC, as she's going to be giving us an update here in just a matter of moment. We also have Caitlin Pratt with our Fox 5 Atlanta team. Let's bring them both in right now. Good morning to both of you. Maureen, let's just start with you. What are you seeing there at the airport?
as of right now. They have 31 cancellations and 10 delays here at Reagan National. BWI has 16 cancellations and 9 delays. And Dulles reports 14 cancellations and 12 delays. Now, nationwide, though, more than 9,500 flights have been delayed and over 1,700 canceled. The FAA, of course, saying that it was forced to make these cuts because so many air traffic controllers have stopped showing up for work. They are among thousands of federal employees who have not been paid since the shutdown began on October 1st. Right now, flight operations are being dialed back at about 40 major airports, including all the 3 here in the D.C. region. That's Reagan National, Dulles, and also BWI. According to the FAA, the goal is safety by limiting how many planes are in the air when fewer controllers are actually on the job. What started as a 4% cut in reduction on Friday is now at 6%, is expected to jump to 10% by November 14th. Experts say the controller shortage has been a problem for years now, but the shutdown has pushed it to the breaking point. In fact, Secretary Duffy has said that should this shutdown continue, we could see flight cancellations up to 20%, which really would be catastrophic for the industry and especially for travelers. Travelers we have been talking to this morning, a lot of them have been taking this all in stride, saying they had their tickets before the shutdown. Some of them did. They've made plans. But travel experts have really been saying, check your websites, go to the apps, use that to help monitor the flights, the cancellations. Also, if you can make alternate plans, please do that. But here is the warning. A lot of the places you might go, car rental places, trains, they too are at capacity. I was talking about the cars are limited, train capacities being filled. So that is also a concern if you're trying to make those alternate plans. Plan ahead. Pack your patience. I know that's very cliche and we say it a lot, but this is really the time to employ that because there are so many things really in line for keeping people from getting to their destinations. But again, here at Reagan National, that has seen huge amounts of problem at this early hour, in the 7 o'clock hour. Not too bad. I mean, this looks pretty good for a Monday morning and a government shutdown when we're talking about flight cancellations and delays. So not too bad, but I anticipate as the morning wears on and we're starting to see volume build, you're going to see the problems maybe materialize a bit more. But folks, right now, we haven't seen anyone kind of, in tears or really sort of apoplectic about missing their flights. People have been taking it in stride, and the board really telling some of the story, FlightAware updating those numbers hour by hour, even minute by minute sometimes. But this is what we're seeing here at Reagan National. I do know that anecdotally, some of the other airports, like in the New York area and Atlanta, which we'll get to in a minute, they have been seeing far more worse problems than we have been seeing here. So, maybe we'll count ourselves among the lucky here at Reagan National Airport in the DMV area. But we'll continue to monitor the situation here and hopefully bring you updates as they warrant. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maureen Ume, thank you so much for checking in with us, Fox 5 DC. Well, now I want to head out to Atlanta. Caitlin Pratt there standing live. Give us an update on what you're seeing there.
Hey, yes, good morning. Yeah, a similarly dismal situation here in Atlanta, which is the world's busiest airport over the weekend. A whole lot of cancellations, a whole lot of delays. Yesterday alone, 800 delays, more than 400 cancellations, and that's trickled down into this morning. We're catching up with passengers here who are trying to get out, been delayed and delayed and delayed at this point. And of course, Hartsfield-Jackson, just one of 40 of the nation's busiest airports that are seeing these widespread disruptions as the FAA last week ordered those flight cuts at the nation's busiest airports due to safety concerns about some air traffic controllers who, quite frankly, are working without pay, and some of them forced to work 6 days a week, others forced to get second jobs to fulfill financial obligations since they aren't able to get their paychecks from their day jobs, so to speak. So as for what's next here at Hartsfield-Jackson, yes, checking FlightAware. That's such a great resource if you are worried about flying out or people arriving. About 200 cancellations so far this morning. And yes, according to the Transportation Secretary, which if you're streaming with us, you heard just a short time ago, the fear is that if this keeps going on until the Thanksgiving busy holiday travel period, that things are going to move down to a trickle. So yes, the best advice, check with your airline, check that FlightAware misery map. It's called that for a reason, right? And make your plans accordingly. And that's the latest here in Atlanta. I'm Caitlin Pratt. Back to you.
All right, Caitlin Pratt, Fox 5 Atlanta. Thank you so much for checking in with us here this morning. And once again, you're taking a live look there at several of our live looks just across the country here, all the different airports as we continue to follow the government shutdown. As we've been sharing here, there is now a deal to reopen the federal government. This weekend, the Senate voted last night to move forward with a plan to end the shutdown, but the travel disruptions won't end right away, and those shutdown signs aren't coming down just yet. In a little bit here, we'll be checking with Fox's Doug Luzader as he'll be breaking all that down for us. Stepping away for a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before the break, we were checking in live with our Fox affiliates there in Atlanta and D.C. about flight cancellations, disruptions amid the government shutdown. Now, we wanted to ask you, our viewers, as we typically do here on Live Now from Fox, we want you to weigh in. Has the shutdown changed your travel plans? Has it canceled your flight? Maybe you decided to drive instead. That happened to me one time when I was going to Savannah, Georgia, and my flight canceled and I Ubered 6 hours across the state. So hopefully that didn't happen to you, but maybe you are driving due to all of this, or no impact. We already see someone saying no impact. So head to livenowfox.com/connect or scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen, and that way you can weigh in here. And the fun thing about our megaphone polls is that they update in real time. So if you were to vote, this will change here on the screen. We'll be checking in with this in just a short amount of time. But again, we want to hear from you. Has the shutdown changed your travel plans? All right, let's head out to Washington, D.C. once again here, as we've been sharing some news that has developed overnight. President Trump on Sunday again hinted that he was considering using his tariff revenue to send stimulus checks to Americans. In an early morning Truth Social post, Trump touted the successes he said his administration has been seeing after implementing his tariffs and said that, quote, a dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, would be paid to everyone. I wanted to put that up on your screen here. This is that post on Truth Social from the president. President Trump gave no other details about if and when the checks were actually coming or which high-income people could be excluded. Later yesterday, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was asked during an interview about President Trump's post and suggested the dividend could come via the tax cuts already passed this year in President Trump's bill. So once again, let's put that back up on your screen here. And we did have that quote saying, I haven't spoken to the president about this yet, but you know, it could. The $2,000 dividend could come in lots of forms and lots of ways. You know, it could be just the tax decreases that we are seeing on the president's agenda. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. So, you know, these are substantial deductions that are being financed in this tax bill. That's according to Bessent that we heard yesterday. Let's give you another look there at the White House this morning as we continue to read you more. This isn't the first time President Trump has discussed the idea of giving stimulus checks to Americans since his return to the Oval Office. Last month, he said during an interview that he was looking at sending stimulus checks worth $1,000 to $2,000. And earlier this year, if you remember, when Elon Musk was running the Department of Government Efficiency, he and Trump were considering $5,000 stimulus checks from savings Doge found in cutting federal costs, but it never came to fruition. The Trump administration has said it has collected billions of dollars in tariff revenue. In September, the Trump administration said it collected $31.3 billion in tariff revenue, $73 million below the August record. So far in 2025, the Treasury Department says the U.S. has collected $214.9 billion in tariff revenue. The Supreme Court heard arguments last week over whether President Trump's trade policy is legal. Challengers say Trump is illegally using an emergency law to claim nearly limitless tariff power, and American small businesses are paying the price. So we'll continue to follow this here for you. We also do know President Trump spoke very briefly last night at a Washington Commanders game. We wanted to share those comments with you right now.
Please welcome the family of fallen senior airman Brian Bell. Please join us as we honor the family of fallen Air Force Technical Sergeant Scott Tuffman. Let's have another round of applause for our families as we honor and thank their loved ones who served and protected our freedoms. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, as the President swears in enlistees of our United States military. Please raise your right hands. I, and state your name, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and that was President Trump just last night as he was speaking very briefly there at the Washington Commanders game. And I also wanted to share with you some comments from Vice President J.D. Vance as he spoke this weekend at the annual Marine Corps Ball, also in Washington, D.C. Let's share those comments with you on Live Now from Fox.
Gentlemen, the Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Eric M. Smith.
Good evening. We got to do that again. Good evening, Marines. That's more like it. That's more like it. I have one job tonight. That's to introduce our guest of honor. But first, I get to say a couple of words to us, Marines, U.S. Marines, us Marines. I've got a prepared script, and I'm going to deviate from it, which is going to make my staff very uncomfortable. But I'm gonna wing it here in front of the Vice President. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell one story. And it's a story that I've told before, but not too many times, because frankly, it's kind of hard to get through. But it boils down the essence of being a Marine. I was the battalion commander for 1st Battalion, 5th Marines in 2005 in the city called Ramadi. And, you know, 1-5 was in the heart of the Sunni insurgency. And we were taking daily casualties, and it was a day-on, stay-on gunfight. And I had 2 twin brothers in my battalion, the Jaime brothers, Jesse and Joel. And they were both assigned to Alpha Company. And one night I was at the government center in the center of Ramadi, and I heard a very large explosion. And one of our Humvees had been hit by an IED, and a couple Marines had been killed. Actually, all 5 Marines in the vehicle were killed. One of them was Corporal Jaime, Joel Jaime, or Jesse Jaime. And so I told his brother, after we got the bodies off the battlefield, I went down to the government center and picked up his brother, Joel, and I brought him back to Camp Ramadi. And I was kind of choking up. You know, I was a young battalion commander. Again, we were taking daily casualties. And as the body was taken on to the helicopter that was going to fly him back to Camp Fallujah, to the mortuary, and then fly them on back to Las Vegas, I took his brother out there in my Humvee, and I said, Corporal Jaime, I don't know what to say to you right now. And he looked me dead in the eye, and he said, sir, it's been my privilege to serve in this battalion. And he boarded a helicopter, and he flew his dead brother's body home to Las Vegas. Now, I don't know where we get the likes of Corporal Jaime. I don't think we deserve them. But the truth is, for our adversaries, we got lots of them. We got lots of them. And they're all willing to kill you. They're all willing to bring the fight to you. So if you mess with America, you're going to get a bunch of Corporal Jaimes coming after you. And again, I've committed the ultimate foul because I haven't said all of our VIPs tonight, but everyone here is a VIP. And so we have U.S. senators here tonight. We have distinguished visitors, distinguished guests. We've got too many to name. We've got the former ACMAC, now the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Christopher Mo Mahoney. We have senators from the states of Montana. We got Senator Ernst from the great state of Indiana. We've got the Honorable Stephen Daines. We've got the Honorable Dan Sullivan, U.S. Senator from the great state of Alaska and a veteran Marine himself. Again, the list goes on. We've got Ambassador Sean O'Neill, Ambassador Designate to Thailand. The Honorable Hung Cao, Undersecretary of the Navy. General Dave Berger, former Commandant of the Marine Corps. And I'll end with this one. We got Sergeant Dakota Meyer, Medal of Honor recipient. We're all honored by your presence here today. So again, I'm going to skip my prepared remarks because I think when I tell the Corporal Jaime story, that epitomizes everything you need to know about our Marine Corps. And it epitomizes everything that is good about our Marine Corps. And it epitomizes everything that our adversaries need to understand about our Marine Corps. Because if you mess with the bull, you get the horns. And there's a saying, again, that nobody likes to fight, but somebody has to know how. But Marines do know how, and they do like to fight. They do like to fight. So Marines, on this, your 250th birthday, I wish you a happy birthday. I wish you 250 more. And I hope that we don't have to deal with any more Corporal Jaimes, but I'm afraid that we're going to. And I'm going to depend upon all of you, the leaders of this Corps, to have the mental, moral, and physical courage to do what is required when the time comes. When the time comes to stick a bayonet in our adversary's chest, I'm going to depend upon you to do it. And I know you will. And I know you can. Because we've been doing it for 250 years, and we're going to keep doing it for another X thousand years. Because there's no end in sight to this Marine Corps. It is the biggest, baddest, most war-fighting organization on the face of the planet. It is all about lethality. It's all about war fighting. That's all we do. That's who we are. That's what we do. We war fight. We're Marines. That's all we do. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to get off the stage and I am going to simply introduce our guest of honor tonight, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance, a veteran Marine. Hoorah.
All right, so once again, we're listening in here to some comments at the Marine Corps Ball. This all happened Saturday night, and we're going to play out those comments from the Vice President for you on the other side of a commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's head over to these comments from Saturday night as Vice President J.D. Vance was speaking at the Marine Corps Ball.
Thank you, Marines. It's great to be with you tonight. I want to thank our great Commandant, General Smith. Thank you so much for everything that you do for our Marine Corps. Let me ask you all, how we doing, Marines? That was pretty good. How we doing, Marines? That was better. That was better. Well, I figured I'd just stand up here and tell a lot of stories about the Marine Corps, because what else should we do when we're among friends on the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps than talk about the incredible stories that make our Corps great? And I'm so proud to be here. I'm so proud to be the first Vice President of the United States to have been a United States Marine. I'm proud to have so many of my dear friends from my own time in the United States Marine Corps, and I was joking with some of them earlier this evening. We were at a reception with generals and colonels and magistrates and noblemen, and I thought to myself that when we were at our last Marine Corps ball, we were drinking Jim Beam 8 stars with a bunch of corporals and lance corporals and sergeants. And now we're drinking fine wine with the Commandant of the Marine Corps. We've come pretty far, my friends. It's good to see you all. But the thing I love about the Marine Corps is that for 41 years, for the entire time that I have had the Marine Corps in the back of my mind, since I stepped foot on those yellow footprints in Parris Island, I was a 19-year-old kid. That entire time, the Marine Corps has kept me honest, and even tonight, the Marine Corps has kept me honest, because you saw our guest of honor, that incredible Iwo Jima veteran, Corporal. It's such an honor to be with you. And I was shaking his hand earlier and spending some time with him, and I said, "Sir, if you need to lean on me, if you need to grab onto me, please feel free to do so." And he said, "If you need to grab onto me, feel free to do so." And then I shook the hand of his fellow Iwo Jima veteran, because we have a corpsman here who served in Iwo Jima. And how much, Marines, do we love our corpsmen who keep us safe? We know that to our corpsmen there is no illness so severe, no malady so significant that it cannot be cleared by 2 Motrin and a fresh pair of socks. But I shook the hand of this corpsman who's probably close to 100 years old. And he said, you know, we talked for a little bit, we chatted for a little bit. He said, "You know, you have a very nice personality." And I'm a vain politician just like all the rest of them, and I really appreciated that. And then he said, "What the hell is up with that beard?" And I thought to myself, I'm the Vice President of the United States, and this guy is busting my balls for having a beard. But that, my friends, is what the Marine Corps does, whether we're a young Marine or an old Marine, whether we're a Lance Corporal born in 2006 or a veteran of Iwo Jima. The Marine Corps keeps us honest, because it is the proudest organization of warfighters in the world, and we are proud to celebrate its 250th birthday. Now, I got this great big speech here. I could talk about Dan Daly. I could talk about Chesty Puller. I could talk about John Basilone. I could talk about all of the incredible Marines. I could talk about my friends, some of whom came home from Iraq or Afghanistan and a couple of whom didn't. We know that the reason why this organization is so special is fundamentally because we take the very best young Americans, we turn them into something even better which is United States Marines, and we go and ask them, even when they're teenagers, even when they're not even old enough, some of them, to drink, we go and ask them to do the hardest thing in the world, which is to fight our nation's battles and to represent the United States all over the world in the proudest and most profound way possible. And I'm proud to tell you this evening that tonight, as we celebrate at the Commandant's Birthday Ball, from the young Marines to the old Marines, I, as your Vice President, am proud of you, and we're going to keep on winning America's wars for the next 250 years after this. Now, I remember when my cousin Rachel, she's my older cousin, my grandmother's eldest grandchild, when she encouraged me to enlist in the United States Marine Corps, and at the time it sounded like the craziest idea I had ever heard. I couldn't run a mile, much less 3 miles, and I never thought to myself that I could join the military, but I'm telling you that the confidence the Marine Corps gave me, the trajectory that it set me on, has started, again, from those yellow footprints in Parris Island, led me directly from where I was then to where I stand today. And it wasn't always an easy journey. Of course, these things never are. But I remember, for example, my very first Marine Corps birthday as a young recruit in Parris Island. I went to boot camp in September of 2003. And so, of course, my first Marine Corps birthday was in Parris Island. Now, I'll tell you a little story. At the time, I thought that I was deathly allergic to shellfish. And the reason I thought I was deathly allergic to shellfish is because when I was 16 or 17, I had some terrible allergic reaction. I assumed it was because of shellfish, and for 2 years, I had not touched shellfish. I thought it was the thing that was going to kill me. And so on November the 10th in Parris Island, South Carolina, I was sitting there, and they served steak and lobster. And y'all know, y'all were recruits. You know how hungry young recruits get? And I thought to myself, well, on the one hand, I could be hungry and maybe save my life. On the other hand, I could roll the die with this lobster, and the very worst thing that's probably going to happen to me is the corpsman's going to take care of me. I'll get to sleep in tomorrow. And so what did my dumb ass do? I ate the lobster, and I was fine, and I haven't been allergic to shellfish ever since. So one of the great things the Marine Corps can do is it can apparently cure a shellfish allergy. There are so many things I'm proud of about this Corps. One of the things I'm proud of is that the attitude and the life of service continues, from the people who become generals in our Marine Corps to sergeant majors in our Marine Corps to the people who get out and lead in the civilian world. My dear friend Dave Warrington is here, the White House counsel. I'm going to embarrass Dave a little bit because though he's one of the most important people in our White House team, a brilliant lawyer, a very proud Marine, I didn't know until tonight that young David, his son, is a captain of Marines, and he's here with us tonight. So let's give it up for a family of service. There he is. Going to embarrass my friend a little bit, and of course you all know that, you know, when you get around soldiers and sailors and airmen, we like to poke fun at each other. And I was talking to an Army colonel in the White House not too long ago, and I said, "Colonel, you know what they call a soldier with an IQ of 80? And he said, "What, sir?" And I said, "They call him a colonel." And he chuckled. And then he said, "You know what they call a Marine with an IQ of 60? I said, "What's that, Colonel?" He said, "The Vice President of the United States." And guess what, Colonel? I've got the last laugh because your ass is going to Siberia on diplomatic duty. So I hope you had your fun in the West Wing, but unfortunately I get the final say. That's one of the good things about this job. But let me just say, first of all, from our Department of War Secretary, Pete Hegseth, a great soldier, but a person I know who loves the Marines deeply, and of course from the President of the United States. They are proud of you. They know that the United States Marine Corps is the greatest weapon the political leadership of this country has. And when you hear this phrase, peace through strength, We are fighting for peace every single day in the White House, every single day in the Oval Office. We achieve peace because you, the Marine Corps, are our strength, and we won't forget it, and we never have. Thank you, Marines. And I know we're going to do a little toast with a Commandant here, but I just want to say something else, because there are two things that your political leadership cares a great deal about. I have to put on my vice president hat and tell you about it, because one of the mistakes that I think we made over the past 40 years, over my entire life, and let's be honest, it was Democrats and Republicans, this is not even a partisan point, is that we were too willing to send our Marines and our soldiers and everybody else off to war without giving you clear guidance about what you needed to do and clear guidelines for when you would come home. And that is one thing the President of the United States and everybody in the White House, we promise we will never do. When we send you off to fight our nation's battles, we will do it with full confidence. We will give you the knowledge and the tools you need to win, and we will make it clear that your job is to kick the enemy's ass and come back home safely. That is our sacred promise from the President of the United States on down. That's what we owe every single one of you, is a clear mission and a clear promise that when you do that mission, you're going to come home safely. That's the first point that I want to make. And I want to make a second point, because we live in an era of technology. You saw it in that incredible video. I forget who even said it, but he said, you know, in World War II, we had planes, we had boats, we had tanks, and we had Marines, and here we are in 2025, 80 years later, and we still got tanks, we got boats, we got airplanes, and we got United States Marines. But let's be honest, we all know the battlefield has changed in an incredible and profound way. We've got technology that would have been inconceivable even when I was a little kid, is now driving the face of the modern battlefield. We got cyber.
All right, some comments there from Vice President J.D. Vance speaking at the Marine Corps Ball Saturday. We'll finish out those comments on the other side of this final break. And thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We just wanted to finish out these last few moments here of Vice President J.D. Vance as he was speaking at the Marine Corps Ball in Washington, D.C. Saturday night.
But let's be honest, we all know the battlefield has changed in an incredible and profound way. We've got technology that would have been inconceivable even when I was a little kid, is now driving the face of the modern battlefield. We got cybersecurity, we got satellites in space, we got artificial intelligence, we've got all this incredible technology. And of course, the United States is the most significant leader of technology in the world. But I happen to believe that the most important warfighting technology is not a new airplane. The most important warfighting technology is not artificial intelligence or anything on a computer. The most important warfighting technology is a well-trained and well-armed United States Marine, and we won't forget it. So let me say, Marines, at the age of 250, not a single one of you looks older than 249. Look pretty good out there. This is a good-looking crowd. But I just want to say that everything the Marine Corps has done for me, the Marine Corps gave me great training. It gave me a sense of purpose. It gave me lifelong friends that across the political spectrum, just in the table of people that were dear friends of mine during the United States, my own Marine Corps service. We've got radical leftists and radical right-wingers, and we're all dear friends because we all bleed the same Marine Corps green. The Marine Corps has done a lot for me. The Marine Corps has done more for me than I can possibly repay. But the thing that I promise, so long as I have the honor of being your vice president, is that I will continue to honor the United States Marine Corps. I will continue to remember that you are the most profound warfighting technology that exists on the planet Earth, and I will fight every single day on this 250th birthday of the United States Marines to make sure that the next 250 years is just as damn proud as the first 250. Happy birthday, Marines. It's an honor to be with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join Vice President J.D. Vance as he offers a toast in honor of the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps.
All right, Marines, I'm going to keep this simple and keep this sweet because I'm the last thing standing between you and a very delicious glass of champagne. But let's raise our glass from Chesty Puller to everybody else, for every Marine who came home and every Marine who didn't. Here's to 250 more years of our glorious Marine Corps. God bless you.
And once again, that was Vice President J.D. Vance speaking Saturday. We wanted to share those comments here with you. And if you are just tuning in, thank you so much. My name is Christy Matino, and we've been following a lot here with the government shutdown, some developments overnight that we wanted to share with you. Let's give you this live look right now at Capitol Hill. As we do know, 11 a.m. Eastern time, the Senate set to reconvene, and all of that coming after the Senate took the first step to end the government shutdown just yesterday, after a group of moderate Democrats agreed to proceed without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies, angering many in their caucus who say Americans want them to continue the fight. In a test vote that is the first in a series of required procedural maneuvers, the Senate voted 60-40 to move toward passing compromise legislation to fund the government and hold a later vote on extending Affordable Care Act tax credits that expire January 1st. Final passage could be several days away if Democrats object and delay that process. The agreement does not guarantee the health care subsidies will be extended, as Democrats have demanded for almost 6 weeks. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer of New York voted against moving ahead with the package, along with all but 8 of his Democratic colleagues. A group of 3 former governors, New Hampshire Senator Jeanne Shaheen, New Hampshire Senator Maggie Hassan, and Independent Senator Angus King of Maine, broke the 6-week stalemate on Sunday when they agreed to vote to advance 3 bipartisan annual spending bills and extend the rest of government funding until late January in exchange for a mid-December vote on extending the health care tax credits. So you may have some questions on where all of this goes from here. We are going to be checking in with Fox's Doug Luzader in just a matter of moments here. But for right now, I did just want to share with you some brief comments from lawmakers on the government shutdown.
Republicans control the White House, the Senate, and the House. And they made clear over a period of weeks, including just this week, that this was as far as they would go as part of the shutdown talks. This was the only deal on the table.
The question was, does the shutdown further the goal of achieving some needed support for the extension of the tax credits. Our judgment was that it would not produce that result. And the evidence for that is almost 7 weeks of fruitless attempts to make that happen. Would it change in a week or another week or after Thanksgiving or Christmas? And there's no evidence that it would.
That's a big win for 2 million federal employees, and added together with these other ingredients of robust appropriations bills and a guaranteed path forward to vote on fixing the ACA, that made me sign on and say, yes, we can do it.
And once again, just some lawmakers there speaking on all of this. I also wanted to share with you, before we bring in Doug Luzader, a few more comments here from the Senate floor. This was just yesterday.
I come to the floor today because we are now in the middle of November, and we know that we have open enrollment in our health care plans, and we have consumers trying to make choices, and we need to give them clarity that we can help drive down the cost. As somebody who worked very hard on the Affordable Care Act, and one provision that was different than the exchanges, the basic health plan, I can tell you that this plan has been successful at making a market for consumers at the low end of the market, above the Medicaid rate, but up to 200% of the Medicaid rate, and providing them with affordable insurance through something called the basic health plan. It's in 4 states and soon to be in the District of Columbia. And if you think about it, an individual buying on the exchange would probably have to spend about $9,500 to get an equitable silver plan. But these individual states purchasing on behalf of bundles of their constituents are only paying $6,000 for that same plan on an annual basis. So what are we doing, Mr. President? We are basically making a market. I say it's like going to Costco. If you buy in bulk, you get a discount. If you allow these states to buy on behalf of a large pool of their constituents who can't make a market on their own, you obviously can get a discount. So I'm very interested in us continuing and saving federal dollars and delivering good health care on something called the basic health plan. So I'm not surprised that yesterday, or the last few days, the world in D.C. anyway and around the country has erupted into this debate about how do we make health care more affordable. That is exactly right. And how do we make sure that big insurance doesn't just capitalize? Now all of a sudden both sides of the aisle are talking about the insurance companies making the money, and how do we drive down the cost? So I appreciate that, and I welcome the chance to talk to any of my colleagues. In fact, I saw that the Wall Street Journal had an column today basically saying, quote, Republicans pitch alert alternative to the ACA to end the government shutdown. I was glad to see that. I thought that was a great alternative. I don't know how much it was just discussed at your lunch or how many of these ideas of making health care more affordable were discussed, but I definitely think this particular idea by my colleague Senator Cassidy has merit, only because I think the senator on the Finance Committee, along with myself and chairman of the Health Committee, has tried to look at ways to make health care more affordable, and it deserves some fair consideration. This idea is really something called a health reimbursement account. And since 2008, health reimbursement accounts have been a critical component of one state's Medicaid program, the Healthy Indiana Plan in the state of Indiana. Today, over 800,000 Indiana Medicaid enrollees automatically have access to these accounts and are using them to lower their medical expenses. The state of Indiana pays for the first $2,500 in health care costs, which covers a large portion of their insurance plan's out-of-pocket expenses, but the enrollees make monthly contributions depending on their costs to upgrade their health care coverage to more generously include things like vision and dental benefits. And one of the biggest benefits of the Indiana Health Reimbursement Account is that the program encourages good financial management and the use of preventative care like annual checkups. So currently, if an enrollee spends less than the $2,500 in medical costs and uses preventative care, they can roll over their remaining account to the next year to lower their monthly medical expenses. This has been a proven path to promoting responsible and measured health care spending. It also encourages, as I mentioned, the use of preventative care, and we all know we need to drive down cost in the long run. What happens when we don't have good health insurance, and as we see November and December coming without a real plan for millions of Americans to buy affordable insurance, we are just going to drive up the cost of uncompensated care.
All right, once again, listening in there to some Senate lawmakers just yesterday on the government shutdown. And we do want to check in with Fox News' Doug Luzader, because there's now a deal to reopen the federal government. And in a rare weekend session, the Senate voted last night to move forward with a plan to end the shutdown. Doug, you have more for us on all of this. Can you share with us what we could expect?
Good morning. There's still a fair amount of work left to do here on Capitol Hill to finalize all of this, but the Senate has just barely cleared what was the biggest hurdle there. The travel disruptions won't end right away, and those shutdown signs aren't coming down just yet, but there is a deal. In the end, 8 senators from the Democratic side backed the Republican plan to reopen the government.
After 40 long days, I'm hopeful that we can finally bring the shutdown to an end.
It was all brewing as President Trump was returning to the White House.
And it looks like we're getting close to the shutdown ending. You'll know very soon. Thank you very much.
What Democrats got was a promise to rehire some federal workers and vote next month on an extension of Obamacare subsidies, falling well short of the guarantee they wanted. The Democratic crossovers included Virginia Senator Tim Kaine, who represents hundreds of thousands of federal workers.
I need a moratorium on the punishing of the federal workforce. That's what I need.
And it also came down to SNAP food benefits and air travel slowdowns, following a blunt warning about the holidays from the Secretary of Transportation.
You're going to have massive disruption.
Still, most Democrats fought to the end.
Donald Trump has taken the American people hostage.
And while the measure is expected to pass the House in coming days, some Democrats see this as capitulation, and it's kindling an intra-party war. One Democratic House member already calling for the Senate Minority Leader to lose his job. Senator Schumer is no longer effective and should be replaced. If you can't lead the fight to stop health care premiums from skyrocketing for Americans, what will you fight for? And we don't know at this point how long it's going to take for Congress to finalize all of this, but this should be wrapped up later in the week. Back to you guys.
Doug, before I let you go here, we do know the Senate set to reconvene at 11 a.m. today. What should we watch out for as the day progresses?
Well, the Senate has to finalize all of this. Then this has to kick over to the House for final passage in Congress, and then the president has to sign it into law.
All right, Doug Luzader, Fox News, thank you so much for checking in with us here. We appreciate it. And once again, that live look there at Capitol Hill this morning as we're stepping away for a commercial break here on Live Now from Fox.
This isn't just a thermostat. It's the Semper-Fi Edge. It's 24/7 monitoring for your air conditioner. It alerts us to issues before they become breakdowns, helping keep your system running strong all summer long. It gives us real-time reports, and it keeps you in the loop. As soon as we spot a problem, we dispatch our licensed technician to come fix it. Call now for a 1775 AC tune-up and see if the Semper-Fi Edge is right for you. Laredo 616-3636. Always faithful, always prepared.
And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. We're following some news that we learned just yesterday here as President Trump said on Sunday, again, hinting that he was considering using his tariff revenue to send stimulus checks to Americans. Early in the morning, a Truth Social post shared that President Trump touted the successes he said his administration has been seeing after implementing his tariffs and said that a dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, would be paid to everyone. And there is that post there from President Trump shared just yesterday. President Trump gave no other details about if and when the checks were actually coming or which high-income people could be excluded. Later on Sunday, we did hear from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He was asked during an interview about President Trump's post and suggested the dividend could come via the tax cuts already passed this year in President Trump's bill. We do have a direct quote from him. He says, "I haven't spoken to the president about this yet, but you know, it could. The $2,000 dividend could come in lots of forms, in lots of ways. You know, it could be just the tax decreases that we are seeing on the president's agenda. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. So, you know, these are substantial deductions that are being financed in the tax bill." Once again, that's a direct quote there from Bessent just yesterday. This isn't the first time President Trump has discussed the idea of giving stimulus checks to Americans since his return to the Oval Office. Last month, he said during an interview that he was looking at sending stimulus checks worth $1,000, ranging up to $2,000. And if you remember earlier this year, when Elon Musk was running the Department of Government Efficiency, also known as DOGE, he and President Trump were considering $5,000 stimulus checks from savings DOGE found in cutting federal costs, but it never came to fruition. The Trump administration has said it has collected billions of dollars in tariff revenue. In September, just to share some of those numbers here with you, the Trump administration said it collected $31.3 billion in tariff revenue, $73 million below the August record. So far in 2025, the Treasury Department says the U.S. has collected $214.9 billion in tariff revenue. The Supreme Court heard arguments last week over whether President Trump's trade policy is legal. Some challengers say President Trump is illegally using an emergency law to claim nearly limitless tariff power, and American small businesses are paying the price. We'll continue to follow this story here for you on Live Now from Fox. I also wanted to head over to some election news as we've been following elections here, but we did also want to share with you this post from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. As he announced yesterday, he's launching his campaign for a fourth term as governor, framing his pitch to a crowd of hundreds in Houston as a means to maintain Texas as a country reeling from far-left progressive insanity, but he wants to keep common sense there. That's a quote from him. He says, "Texas is not just another state, it's our home, our heritage." He said that in this speech that we're going to share with you now on Live Now from Fox.
Wow. Y'all are awesome. Howdy, Houston. Thank y'all for being out here, being a part of this great event tonight. And I want to begin by thanking Joe Pags for being out here and participating in this. Give it up for Joe Pags. He's an American patriot, loves our country, and feels free every single day to tell the truth to our fellow Americans, which is what we need more now than ever before. So I'm proud to join you back here in Houston, Texas. A city where my wonderful wife, the fabulous First Lady of Texas, Cecilia, she was born right here in Houston. Houston is the city that Cecilia and I moved to after I graduated from law school. It's a city where our daughter, when she was just a young kid, used to spend so much time. It also is a city where Cecilia and I frequented a restaurant nearby where we are, the original Ninfa's in Houston, Texas. And this is the place where I first ran for public office. We won Harris County then, and we are going to win Harris County again this election. So Houston has been a huge part of the tremendous Texas economic success. When I became governor, Texas had the 12th largest economy in the entire world. Wow. Well, that was great, but we're Texas, and 12th isn't really the best. And so we took office and we cut your taxes. We slashed regulations and we attracted more businesses, added more jobs. And today, under my leadership, the Texas gross domestic product has increased to $2.7 trillion a year, making Texas now the 8th largest economy in the entire world. Nowhere but up. That's exactly right. Because we ain't done yet. We're still going. So the Texas economy is larger than the economy of so many other countries. We're larger than the economy of Canada and Mexico, larger than the economies of Italy and Spain. And yes, the Texas economy is larger than the economy of Russia. So listen, since I've been governor, Texas has been ranked #1 in America for the most new jobs. #1 in America is the best state for doing business every year that I've been governor. #1 for business expansions and relocations. And #1 in areas that are kind of important to your everyday lives. Did you know that Texas ranks #1 for the most electricity generation? Things you need to use every single day in your homes. In fact, Texas generates more electricity than the second and third states combined. We're leaders in aerospace, leaders in artificial intelligence. The Texas economy is growing twice as fast as the United States economy. And more Texans have a job today, and their wages are higher than ever before in the history of Texas. Important is this, and that is the driving force of the Texas economy are our small businesses. Businesses like where we are here tonight. Small businesses represent more than 95% of all businesses in Texas. And get this, Texas just announced a new record. We now have more than 3 million registered businesses in the state of Texas, twice the number when I first took office. Most of those are small businesses. And the deal is we want to make sure that we continue to help those small businesses continue to grow. That's why we enacted laws to cut the red tape they have to deal with and to help lower their cost of doing business. It's why that since I've been governor, we have increased the personal property tax exemption from $500 to now $125,000. It's no wonder that more people born in Texas stay in Texas. And it's why more Americans are choosing to make Texas their new home than any other state in the country. The reason for this success is that Texas remains the land of opportunity. We remain a state that insists on the rule of law in our state. We believe in things like hard work, high expectations, and we value our faith, our families, and our freedom. And we are a bastion of common sense in a country that is reeling from far left progressive insanity. Texas is the common sense state in the United States. But Texas isn't just another state. We're your home, your heritage. Texas is the heartbeat of this land we call America. As Texans, we will defend this state with every fiber of our being. We will protect what we built. We will finish what we started. We will lead Texas into its glorious future. And that's why tonight I'm here to announce I am running for re-election as your governor for the great state of Texas. So it was here in Houston that I had to rebuild my life after the accident that left me paralyzed. I learned that our lives don't have to be determined or defined by how we're challenged. Instead, we get to define our lives by how we respond to those challenges. It's a trademark resilience that we Texans have. And we saw that grit and resolve on display once again this past summer when Texans responded to the catastrophic floods in Central Texas. We will forever mourn the loss of every life, especially those precious little children. But when challenges arise, so do Texans. We saw neighbor helping neighbor. We saw strangers helping strangers. We saw millions of dollars pour in from across our state where Texans wanted to help out and help our little communities rebuild and recover. No one does it better than our fellow Texans. The state of Texas also stepped up. Our first responders, they rescued and evacuated more than 1,000 people, saving lives. And the state has invested more than $500 million to help these communities rebuild and recover from the devastating floods. We've invested in new things like flood warning systems, and we enacted laws to ensure youth camps will be safer for every generation of campers going forward. In Texas, it's our families that matter the most. We must keep Texas the best state in America to raise a family. One way that we're currently doing that, we're working to contain the cost of living. It's been something we've devoted major steps to. Let me just give you a couple of examples. Child care is one of those expenses. It costs too much for child care. So one big reason for that cost is because of the massive regulations that drive up the cost of that child care. So as we speak, we are cutting hundreds of unnecessary regulations to make child care more affordable in the state of Texas. We also have addressed health care costs as well as accessibility. For example, we capped the cost of insulin. We also invested billions of dollars in state-of-the-art mental health facilities as well as treatment. And we're investing more than $1 billion to improve rural health care, especially for mothers and children in rural Texas. We're also investing more than $1 billion to improve health care for our seniors and the disabled.
All right, so we were just listening in there to Texas Governor Abbott announcing his re-election bid as you're taking a live look there out of Houston, Texas. We're going to continue those comments on the other side of this 2-minute commercial break. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on your Monday. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are going to continue these comments from Texas Governor Greg Abbott as he announced his re-election bid just the other day this weekend. Let's listen in.
Our mental health facilities as well as treatment. And we're investing more than $1 billion to improve rural health care, especially for mothers and children in rural Texas. We're also investing more than $1 billion to improve health care for our seniors and the disabled. And we're making access to health care even easier to access for everybody, even in the comfort of your own home, by ensuring that we are bringing telemedicine to every home across the entire state of Texas. The cost of housing is another issue that we've tackled. I want you to know this. Texas ranks #1 in America for building more new homes than any other state. This is important because the increased supply of homes will help drive down the cost of housing. We also enacted laws to make it easier and cheaper to build more homes as well as more apartments. And to say the least, part of housing affordability are the property taxes that Texans have to pay. I want you to know our fellow Texans took a big step in addressing property taxes just this last week when they passed 7 constitutional amendments ensuring that property taxes are going to be cut across the entire state of Texas. It lowers property taxes on every homestead, and more than half of all seniors in Texas will pay $0 on their school district property taxes. Taxes are going to be cut in all 254 of our counties across the state. But listen, let me be very clear about something. The state of Texas does not impose a property tax. It's only local governments that impose property taxes in Texas. Those local property taxes are being hiked by your local governments incessantly. It's time that we drive a stake through the heart of the ability of local property tax hikes in the future. I have 5 solutions for that. The first thing we got to do is stop all of the out-of-control spending that leads to higher property taxes. To do that, local governments must live within their means, just like you have to live within your means. Second, sometimes your property taxes increase and you don't even have any say in it. That must change. To fix that, I want all property tax increases to be voted on and approved by 2/3 of the voters. Now, one thing I know all Texans agree upon, and that is your property taxes are too high. There's something we can do about that, and that's to provide you the ability to vote to roll back your property tax rates. I know you also believe that your property tax appraisals are too high, and they're skyrocketing every single year. To fix that, your appraisal should occur only once every 5 years, and your appraisal cap should be cut from 10% to just 3% a year. And the last thing along these lines, and that is, listen, y'all just voted on 7 constitutional amendments about things like property taxes. It's time to add another one. Voters in Texas should have the ability to vote on a constitutional amendment abolishing the school district property tax in Texas. We are going to turn the tables on local taxing authorities and put the power with the people and put out-of-control property taxes finished in the state of Texas. We transformed education to improve the education for every generation in Texas. Earlier this year, I signed the largest day one school choice program in the history of the United States of America. This ensures that it empowers parents to choose the education pathway that is best for their child. But know this, school choice is not an end unto itself. It is a means to a larger end. Let me go back. Texas ranks number one in so many ways. We're also number one for oil and gas, number one for cattle and cotton, number one for space and semiconductors. Texas is number one in the country for the most Tier 1 research universities. The time has come for Texas to set its sights on another number one ranking. Texas must strive to rank number one in educating our children. School choice is part of that plan. Choice equals competition, and competition will make all schools better. Public schools, private schools, charter schools, and home schools. Education across the swath is going to improve. But we wanted to make sure that we equipped our local public schools with the full capability to compete on that stage. And that's why I signed into law the largest funding increase ever for public schools in the state of Texas. Also, maybe the most important thing we have in our schools are our teachers. And we need to be able to attract and to retain the very best teachers. And that's why I signed into law the largest teacher pay raise ever in Texas, a $4 billion pay raise for our teachers. And to improve outcomes, we redoubled our efforts on core subjects like reading and writing, math and science, and we stopped the indoctrination of our kids in classrooms across our state. We banned DEI in our classrooms. And I signed a law saying no boys and girls sports in Texas. It's just common sense. Everything Texas is doing is just common sense. But when you go back and look at all these pieces of education that I've talked about and then piece them together, you can see that we are stitching together the elements that truly do put Texas on the pathway to achieving our goal of being number one in educating our kids. I want you to know that we're also prioritizing things where we make government work for the people by prioritizing things like public safety. In Texas, we support our law enforcement officers, period. I couldn't believe it. A couple of years ago, there were cities across the country, even cities in Texas, Austin, that were part of this defund the police movement.
And we did just want to share some of those comments there from Texas Governor Greg Abbott announcing his re-election bid this past weekend. We're going to step away for a commercial break because we're anticipating this live event to get underway here any moment now. This is going to be the Israeli government briefing. We do see that there is some prep work being done there before this begins. So we're going to step away for that break. When we come back, we'll take it live. We'll be right back. thanks for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Taking you out live right now to the Israeli government briefing.
The Prime Minister will not give up, and Israel's unwavering resolve will not be shaken by Hamas's repeated crimes. We will bring every single one of them back home. Last night, the remains of Lieutenant Hadar Golden were finally brought home after 11 agonizing years, closing more than a decade of pain for his family and for the soul of this nation. We have never lost sight of our sacred duty to bring Lieutenant Hadar Golden home and every single fallen soldier home. For years, we have devoted every effort and every resource to ensure that this hero receives the burial of honor he deserves. For 11 years, the Prime Minister has borne the memory of our fallen heroes, Hadar Golden and our own Shaul, courageous sons of Israel slain and stolen by Hamas barbarians back in 2014. The Prime Minister has always believed there is no other option than bringing home these two men and all of our hostages, every single one of them. It was the heroism of our soldiers who also worked tirelessly to find both of their remains and bring them back home. A reserve combat team composed of members of Lieutenant Golden's platoon arrived in Gaza to accompany his remains on his final journey back home as it crossed into Israeli territory yesterday. Today, Lieutenant Golden is home, and he will finally be laid to rest. May his memory be a blessing. We have 4 more hostages in Gaza that Hamas is continuing to hold. Holding on to deceased hostages is what we are dealing with. Deceased people, deceased hostages. We are simply demanding for them to be returned. Their names are Ron Gvili, Meni Goddard, Dror Or, and Thai national Sutiask Rintalak. Hamas knows where these hostages are located. Hamas chose to keep them there. And that's why I stand here before you today, still speaking of 4 captives who should already be home. They are required under this agreement to return all of our hostages. Next, I can share with you today that Special Envoy Jared Kushner is here in Israel and had a meeting with the Prime Minister this morning in his office here in Jerusalem. Together, the two discussed Phase 1, which we are currently still in to bring our remaining hostages, and the future of Phase 2 of this plan, which includes the disarming of Hamas, demilitarizing Gaza, and ensuring Hamas will have no role in the future of Gaza ever again. Phase 2 also includes the establishment of the International Stabilization Force, and the details of which, of course, together are being discussed. I'll now take a few questions. Okay, first question from Steve Shear from Reuters. How much pressure is Israel under to allow the safe passage of the 200 Hamas fighters in Gaza? Under what scenario will Israel allow them to go free? Specifically, of course, thanks for your question on this, Steve. Right now, they are actually not fighters. They are terrorists in that tunnel, and Turkish propaganda cannot change the fact that they are terrorists. Terrorists who are with Hamas. Even Hamas admits its tunnels are for its terrorists and not for its people. But regarding that, I don't have much information to share with you. I would also just like to, of course, talk about any decision that is made. It's made in partnership, in full collaboration with President Trump and his team. Of course, these meetings are ongoing. We are working together with the Trump administration under this plan every step of the way. Or Shaked from Israel Hayom. President Trump is expected to meet with Syrian President later today at the White House. Is a security agreement between Israel and Syria expected to be signed in this context? I don't have knowledge of that, nothing to share with you on that right now. But of course, when it comes to Syria, our eyes are wide open about the past of this Syrian president. But like I said, not much to share with you on that. But I would love, of course, to reiterate that Israel supports the Druze community, and we have supported those communities during the horrific massacres the Druze endured in Sweda inside of Syria, and Israel will continue to support our brothers of the Druze community as time goes on. Joel Pollack from California Post. After a month of ceasefire, how would you describe the mood in Israel? Thanks so much for that question, Joel. It's really important for us to reiterate that Prime Minister Netanyahu. We are at a turning point here in Israel when it comes to this region. We are in a much stronger position. We have nearly cut the axis of Iran and all of its terror proxies. We have diminished the nuclear program significantly in Iran, of course, with the help from President Trump. And we know Hamas lacks complete capabilities at this point in time. And of course, there's been a change of leadership in Syria. As you can see, there's so many different accomplishments we have reached at this point in time after nearly 2 years of war. And of course, getting our hostages out. Like I said at the beginning of this brief, we have 4 hostages left in Gaza. We started at 255. It is a commitment Prime Minister Netanyahu has made from the beginning of this war, and it has been a commitment he's made for years. Like I said before, getting Lieutenant Hadar Golden was a commitment the Prime Minister made 11 years ago. Here I am standing in front of you today telling you that Lieutenant Hadar Golden will be buried here in Israel as his remains have finally been brought home. His family is now able to close this horrific circle. And also, we got the release of our 20 living hostages back here. Remember, people doubted the Prime Minister at the beginning of the war that he couldn't even bring home 1 hostage. Here I am today, 255 hostages from the Gaza Strip are now back. Julia Frankel from the Associated Press. Is and has Israel engaged in any ceasefire-related talks about the 200 trapped Hamas fighters in Gaza? Did the topic come up in the Prime Minister's meeting with Kushner today? I've answered that question already. Hi from TV2 in Norway. I hope you have a comment on the following. The Norwegian Prime Minister is facing criticism for participating in the Kristallnacht commemoration organized by the Anti-Racist Center rather than one hosted by the Jewish community itself. I'm reading your comments on the background. Let's get something very clear. Norway was the first country to reward Hamas with a Palestinian state. The Prime Minister has consistently said that rewarding anyone with a Palestinian state is a reward for terrorism. I'd also like to point you to the statement the Foreign Ministry put out specifically about this. I'll read part of it. The Norwegian Prime Minister is setting new records of moral depravity, anti-Israel hostility, and anti-Semitism. He chose to participate in a ceremony that turned a horrific episode of the murder and persecution of Jews, the anniversary of Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass, into a weapon against the Jewish state, Israelis, and Jews. Point you back to that statement for more information. Question 2, according to Rabbi Michael Cohen, the Jewish community in Norway states that many of its members are afraid to attend the Anti-Racist Center event. I don't have specific knowledge on that, but like I said, point you back to our foreign ministry's statement regarding this, where you will be able to find more details. Specifically, of course, like I have continued to say over the last few briefings, details are continuously being worked out about phase 2, as we are still in phase 1, where we are pushing for the release. We are demanding for the release of our 4 hostages to be returned. It is mandatory under this plan to bring home all of our hostages, and we are expecting Hamas to do that as soon as possible. But of course, when it comes to the future of this plan under phase 2, the Prime Minister said it today that there will be no Turkish boots on the ground. He's insisted on that, and he's made that very, very clear. Those are all the questions that I see right now. Of course, you can reach out to the Prime Minister's office with any question you have. We'll make sure to try to answer it. Thanks so much for joining us today.
All right, so we were just listening in there to the Israeli briefing there, and this comes after the IDF shared this to social media, saying ceasefire violation. 2 terrorists were identified crossing the yellow line and approaching IDF troops in southern Gaza, posing an immediate threat to them. Following the identification, the IDF struck and eliminated the terrorists in order to remove the threat. And let's give you a live look right now out of Gaza here this morning. We are also learning this morning that Israel today returned the remains of 15 Palestinians to Gaza in the latest step forward for U.S. brokered ceasefire as a senior White House envoy met with Israeli leaders to discuss the next stages of the fragile agreement. Israel returned the bodies after Palestinian militants released the remains of a hostage on Sunday. With the latest exchange, only 4 bodies of hostages remain in Gaza. As the first stage of the agreement nears its end, U.S. President Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, met on Monday today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Jerusalem. And there's that post shared there to social media from the Prime Minister of Israel confirming that. So they met in his office there, and the last ceasefire agreement in January of 2025 fizzled after the exchange of hostages for Palestinian prisoners, with Israel launching a wave of airstrikes over Gaza. At the time, mediators were unable to bring Hamas and Israel to the table to negotiate troop withdrawal and future governance of the Strip. And they face a similar challenge now as the next stage of the agreement calls for the implementation of a governing body for Gaza and the deployment of an international stabilization force. It's not clear where either stands. So that's the latest there from the Israeli government as we bring you those briefings live here almost every day, almost daily here, but we like to bring it to you on Live Now from Fox and read you the latest. All right, we're going to step away for our final break of the hour here. Much more to come. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This weekend, we heard from California Governor Gavin Newsom as he spoke on Prop 50 after California voters approved new congressional district boundaries during the election last week. Let's listen in to some of these comments.
How we doing, Harris County? How you feeling? Oh, it's good to be in Texas. It is good to be in Texas. Eat your heart out, Greg Abbott. Woo. Man. Listening to that lineup, I get why you say don't mess with Texas. But also don't poke the bear. Thank you, everybody, for... I love you, too. Thank you, guys. I came out here just to say those 2 words. Thank you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up not just for yourselves, for each other, for the state, our nation, and the world we're trying to build. Thank you. Thank you for not giving into cynicism. Thank you for not giving into the fear and the anxiety that fills so many people. Thank you for being the antidote to that. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for stepping in. And thank you for inspiring a nation, Texas. Thank you for inspiring the state of California. Thank you for Proposition 50. Gene wasn't wrong. Gene wasn't wrong. You guys made this happen. You guys have awakened up our immune system. We're dealing with an invasive species by the name of Donald Trump. He is an historic president, however. Historically unpopular president. Under every key category. I mean, you can't even make this is hard to do. On every issue, on the economy, on tariffs, on immigration, on health care. Historically unpopular president. And he knows it. And he knows it. Why else? Why else did he make that call to your governor? Why else did he feel the need to rig the election before even one vote was cast? That's just weakness. Weakness masquerading as strength. That's Donald Trump. And he had a very bad night on Tuesday. Bad night. And he did because of all of you. You're showing up. We talked that No Kings rally. You talk about patriotism. You talk about why the founding fathers lived and died. You talk about why we're all here. The best of the Roman Republic, best of Greek democracy, co-equal branches of government, popular sovereignty, the rule of law, not the rule of Don. And it's dawning on people all across the United States of America what's at stake. And you put a stake in the ground. People are showing up. I don't believe in crowns, thrones, no kings. And people all across this country are waking up because you had the courage months ago. Gene, his colleagues, had the courage to step up at a time when we were desperate for leadership. We were. I say it all the time, it's not what happens to us, it's how we respond to what happens to us. And you responded. You didn't roll over and you didn't give in. You stepped up and you traveled, as Gene said, all across the United States of America, and you woke us up. You didn't just have your back here. You had our back in the state of California. We were looking for a fight, not only that we can win, but a fight worth fighting for. And that is why I'm here. But none of us are naive, are we? When I kicked off this campaign, we kicked off the Prop 50 campaign. It was at the Democracy Center in Little Tokyo in Los Angeles. That's the sacred site where we were interning and busing the Japanese. At that site, to kick off the campaign at the Democracy Center, what did Donald Trump do? He sent out his masked men. He sent out his secret police, Greg Bovino. Sent them to intimidate us. And don't take my word for it, you can hear the federal judge's own words. This is a guy who believes that the oath of office he needs to take is to the dear leader, not the Constitution of the United States. Masked men showing up. Border Patrol, in ICE. You may have seen this, on Election Day in Los Angeles. Days after, I'll say it, the Los Angeles Dodgers won the World Series. I know. By the way, forgive me. Oh, hold on. That is, did you not listen to Al Green? I was the former mayor of San Francisco. That's harder for me than it is for you. Okay? Please. All right?
All right, we just wanted to bring you a few of those comments there from California Governor Gavin Newsom this weekend, speaking on Prop 50. We do want to transition to some weather news right now, and I wanted to pull up this live look here for you. This is out of Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Oh, that's not it. This is out of Gatlinburg, Tennessee there. As we continue to cover winter weather here, over 100 million Americans from Boston to Tampa will get an early taste of winter this week thanks to a sweeping cold front that will bring the coldest air of the season, which started yesterday and will be lasting into next week. The big chill will bring frosty temperatures that span across the majority of the continental U.S., with areas in the southeast seeing possible record low temperatures next week. Even Tallahassee, Florida is forecast to reach a freezing low by Tuesday morning, so that's tomorrow, which would see the southeast city's first freeze ahead of New York City. And Tennessee already seeing some snow. We're checking in live right now with Mike's weather page as he's live in Gatlinburg. Good morning to you, Mike. And I can see there's actually some snow behind you there. What have you been seeing?
Snow for sure. It keeps hitting my face. You know, I'm a Florida native, so this is always kind of a shock for sure.
Absolutely. And I know you and I were chatting before I brought you in here, and you said that this is actually pretty early on in the season for this to be happening, right?
Yeah, it's very rare. I usually come up here once a season, and I don't ever recall being here while we still had fall leaves. You know, the color is intense. I've never really experienced it this early. Florida, you know, my hometown is going to be experiencing 30s tonight. It's a very rare dip in the jet stream that's just bringing all kinds of records early. You know, November 10th here. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you were talking to me beforehand as well, saying you've been speaking with a ton of people, and this is their first snow that they're seeing.
Yeah, it's always like magic. I mean, I met a couple that are staying an extra night, you know, never seen snow. There was a lady with her mom from Puerto Rico. She's never seen snow. And, you know, they kind of followed me a little bit. So they came up here to get a room, and, you know, just seeing the kids, you know, in mittens and hats. And I don't know, it's always really exciting, especially in the South. You know, everybody's like, why don't you just go up to Buffalo or, you know, Chicago? I'm like, well, because it's kind of rare. You know, I mean, this is still the South to me. And, you know, we don't really get a lot of snow, you know, in the Smokies sometimes.
I wanted to ask you about Florida because, you know, as I said here when I was bringing you in, Tallahassee forecast to reach a freezing low by tomorrow, and they're going to be seeing that first freeze ahead of New York City.
Right. Oh, it's crazy. I mean, we're talking 30s, you know, 2/3 of the state. We're going to have falling iguanas. You know, that's always the thing with National Weather Service. 50 degrees and below, the iguanas start, you know, falling down from the trees in South Florida. I mean, it's rare. You know, we started getting these cold fronts. You know, I do a lot of hurricane tracking, and it seemed like in August, September, we started getting these cool fronts that have been kind of lingered, and that caused a lot of our storms to curve. And it just like opened the door, it seems like. And I just have that feeling we're going to see a lot of these dipping jet streams and maybe a cooler winter than some predicted.
Right, and I wanted to kind of get more into the science of all of this and why maybe we're seeing this and what we can expect this coming week, because the La Nina climate pattern has taken hold of the U.S. here ahead of the start of the meteorological winter. And forecasters say typically that spreads more snow across the northern tier of the U.S. Are you able to just kind of delve into that for our viewers a little bit and break that all down for us?
Yeah, it's pretty much a pattern where the jet stream, where it ends up kind of sitting for the season, more middle U.S. It makes a little bit drier and warmer in the extreme south, but we get these rare, bigger dips in the jet stream, and sometimes you get, you know, stormier patterns. We've already saw a tornado, you know, a couple weeks ago up in Mexico Beach, Florida. So we can have more severe storms with this La Nina pattern in the wintertime across the middle part of the U.S. So it's a little more dynamic, a little less stable with the fluctuating jet stream. And this is a big dip. I mean, this one's, I mean, it's rivaling one of the largest dips a lot of, you know, my meteorology friends have seen.
So what states, I mean, going off of that here, as we're showing this live look out of Tennessee, what states should be on the lookout here for some really cold weather? What are some of those states that are really going to be impacted?
Well, for this system, yeah, obviously everybody, but it seems like we get these middle U.S. down to the upper Gulf patterns. You know, we saw snow last year, the very rare snow across the Gulf, and I can definitely see that happening again now that we have this pattern in place. Yeah, it's tricky. Normally they say a drier, warmer southern, you know, winters, but I don't know. I've been seeing these bigger dips in the jet starting in August, September. So I think we're going to have a lot of sneaky storms this season. And this is early. Like I said, I chased snow every year, it seems like. And I don't recall being, this early in November to see this much falling down. I mean, they're talking like 12 inches plus in some of these higher elevations, which I'm going to venture to here in a little bit. So we'll have video on that here in about 6 hours.
Right, and that was going to be one of my questions for you, because I know every time we check in with you here, you've got all these plans. You've got this down to a science, storm chasing and all of that. So can you just share with us what your plan is and how you make those judgment calls if you got to travel somewhere else based on what the weather's doing?
Yeah, it's hard to predict. To get flights and cars and rooms and figure it out. It was about a week ago that I started this. Taking a gamble because it looked like this was going to happen. A lot of the mountain roads are closed up here, but there are some sneaky areas off to the east. Roan Mountain's one of them. So I'm going to be heading out. There's a few of them that I know. I got a bigger jacket. I got gloves because last time I did it, one thing I didn't experience ever is the higher elevations is, shortness of breath. And I was up there with these intense winds that they're going to be, having come in later today. And it's hard to breathe. You're out there and it's a challenge. But I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I got a 4-wheel drive. These are things you plan on. You got to make sure you have a decent vehicle for these mountain roads.
Yeah, I've experienced the elevation breathing issue when I've gone skiing out west. It's definitely a struggle. All right, Mike Boylan, thanks for checking in with us here. And I know you said that you're going to have some video in a couple hours, so we're going to try to get that from you if that's okay and bring it to our viewers in a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm overlooking Gatlinburg behind me, and I'm sure a lot of folks had many family memories from this exact spot. So, I don't know what it is. It's always magical to come here and experience it. So I'm very, very happy. It's a very good morning so far.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. Hey, thanks so much, and stay warm out there. We'll be checking in with you.
All right, thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. And before we go, I just did want to share that live look out of Gatlinburg, Tennessee right now. Very beautiful sight there, as you can see some of those snow flurries. What I wanted to do is head over to our Fox Weather team as they're covering all of this a bit more extensively here. Wanted to share just a few minutes of that here with you on Live Now from Fox.
Equatorial regions. We do have a La Nina going on right now. And by the way, when we talk La Nina, we're talking about the part of the Pacific Ocean where the water temperatures highlighted here in blue are below average. Here, by the way, is Mexico, and there's the United States just to the north of there. So you're looking at the Pacific area here. Right along 5 degrees north, 5 degrees south, we're looking at the winds, we're looking at the westerlies or the easterlies. This all plays big into what happens with the big global effects, including the poles. Having said that, let's talk about La Nina. We're in it right now, and for some areas, that does mean a wetter, cooler year for you ahead. There are some anomalies, though. At times, there have been a couple of years where the Pacific Northwest, highlighted here, it would be cooler and wetter during a La Nina. There have been a few years where that was not the case. So don't take it just for what it is, but just know that that fluctuating jet will open up the doors for more storms to move to the northern tier. The southern tier, however, tends to be warmer than average during La Nina. So let's talk about the direction of the stratospheric winds. This is going to be about 30 miles up above the surface. And you're talking about the equatorial regions here, right? So about 5 degrees north, 5 degrees south of the equator. Well, whenever we start to see a weaker polar vortex, easterly phase in place, that's something we talk about. Whenever it's weaker, we tend to see a cooler region for the eastern half of the lower 48. Not all of the country, but the eastern half. The western half tends to be warmer. So let's talk about year by year and what goes into the trends as we go through December, because now we're going into meteorological winter, right? Anytime we're allowed to see the jet open up like it does here, if we've got a weaker polar vortex, it can lead to cooler storms. Cooler storms means more precipitation. Here's one example for you. Merce and Steven, these are years where we've had this type of setup. Most recently, 2021, and some people might remember we had a nor'easter then, end of January through February in New York. Central Park recorded 17 inches of fresh snow. But look at the Southwest. Completely different story. So it depends on where you are, but if you're in the Northeast, plan on a cooler, wetter season.
All right. Well, hey, it's in our blood, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We are prepared. I'm thinking also of all the Midwest snowbirds, the Northeast snowbirds, everybody that heads south to escape those harsh winters. And here we have that cold air following.
It's following me.
It's following you. Yeah. Hey, Craig, appreciate that.
You got it.
And go ahead and take a look at these videos we have into Fox Weather. Videos recorded out of Erie, Pennsylvania, and a little further west into South Bend, Indiana. All right, feels like winter came real early, doesn't it? By the time it's all said and done, we are talking about several inches of snow still to go. We'll dig into that forecast, talk totals when Weather Command returns.
And thank you to our Fox Weather team. And just as a reminder here, you can stream Fox Weather always on, always free. Just head to foxweather.tv. And thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. It is 9:09 on the East Coast, 6:09 on the West Coast. We'll be right back after this.
Beat the Phoenix heat with Simplify Heating and Cooling's end of summer blowout special. Right now, get $3,000 off a new high-efficiency two-stage American-made unit. Plus, enjoy a free 10-year parts and labor warranty. And with 18 months of no interest, no payment financing, you won't pay a dime until 2027. Don't settle for that high-tariff, low-quality import. Call Simplify Heating and Cooling now while supplies last. 480-616-3636 or visit SimplifyHeatingandCooling.com. Always faithful, always prepared.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow the latest out of Washington, D.C. and the government shutdown after the Senate took the first step to end the government shutdown yesterday after a group of moderate Democrats agreed to proceed without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies, angering many in their caucus who say Americans want them to continue the fight. In a test vote that is the first in a series of required procedural maneuvers, the Senate voted 60-40 to move toward passing compromise legislation to fund the government and hold a later vote on extending Affordable Care Act tax credits that expire January 1st. Final passage could be several days away if Democrats object and delay the process. The agreement does not guarantee the health care subsidies will be extended, as Democrats have demanded for almost 6 weeks. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer of New York voted against moving ahead with the package, along with all but 8 of his Democratic colleagues. A group of 3 former governors, New Hampshire Senator Jeanne Shaheen, New Hampshire Senator Maggie Hassan, and Independent Senator Angus King of Maine, broke the 6-week stalemate yesterday when they agreed to vote to advance 3 bipartisan annual spending bills and extend the rest of government funding until late January in exchange for a mid-December vote on extending the health care tax credits. The agreement also includes a reversal of mass firings of federal workers by the Trump administration since the shutdown began on October 1st and would ensure that federal workers receive back pay. We just wanted to share that with you here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow the latest. And if you are just tuning in, just reminding you, the Senate set to reconvene at 11 a.m. Eastern time today, so we're going to be keeping an eye on Capitol Hill. I do want to head out now live as we're listing in here to the beginning of the 2025 United Nations Climate Change Conference. Let's listen into these comments.
Governments legislating and markets responding. But I'm not sugarcoating it. We have so much more work to do. We must move much, much faster on both reductions of emissions and strengthening resilience. The science is clear. We can and must bring temperatures back down to 1.5 degrees Celsius after any temporary overshoot. Lamenting is not a strategy. We need solutions. We find ourselves here in Belém at the mouth of the Amazon, and we can learn a lot from this mighty river. The Amazon isn't a single entity, rather a vast river system supported and powered by over 1,000 tributaries. To accelerate implementation, the COP process must be supported in the same way, powered by the many streams of international cooperation. Because individual national commitments alone are not cutting emissions fast enough. We don't need to wait for late NDCs to slowly trickle in to spot the gap and design the innovations necessary to tackle it. Not one single nation among you can afford this, as climate disasters rip double digits off GDP. To falter whilst mega droughts wreck national harvests, sending food prices soaring, makes zero sense economically or politically. To squabble while famines take hold, forcing millions to flee their homelands. This will never be forgotten as conflicts spread. While climate disasters decimate the lives of millions, when we already have the solutions, this will never, ever be forgiven. The economics of this transition are as indisputable as the costs of inaction. Solar and wind are now the lowest cost power in 90% of the world. Renewables overtook coal this year as the world's top energy source. Investments in clean energy and infrastructure will hit another record high this year, with investments in renewables outstripping fossil fuels 2 to 1. So what needs to be decided here in Belém to match the opportunities with the scale of the crisis we face? Because we have already agreed we will transition away from fossil fuels. Now's the time to focus on how we do it fairly and orderly, focusing on which deals to strike to accelerate the tripling of renewables and doubling energy efficiency. We've already agreed to deliver at least $300 billion in climate finance, with developed countries taking the lead. We now need to put the Baku to Belém roadmap to work to start moving towards the 1.3 trillion. We've already agreed a global goal in adaptation. We now need to agree on the indicators that will help speed up implementation to unleash its potential. We've already agreed that transition pathways must be inclusive and just, covering whole economies and societies. Now we must agree on concrete steps to turn aspirations into actions. We've already agreed on a technology implementation program. Now let's set it in motion. Strong and clear outcomes on all of these issues are essential. This is how we signal to the world that climate cooperation is delivering results. In Belém, we've got to marry the world of negotiations to the actions needed in the real economy. The action agenda is not a nice to have. It is mission critical. More than that, it is entirely in every nation's enlightened self-interest to do so. Every gigawatt of clean power cuts pollution and creates more jobs. Every action to build resilience helps save lives, strengthen communities, and protect the global supply chains that every economy depends on. This is the growth story of the 21st century, the economic transformation of our age. Those opting out or taking baby steps face stagnation and higher prices, while other economies surge ahead. To paraphrase President Roosevelt over a century ago, it's not the critic who counts, or the one who points out where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to those who are actually in the arena with their faces marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strive valiantly. But friends, let me be clear, in this arena of COP30, your job here is not to fight one another. Your job here is to fight this climate crisis together. Paris is working to deliver real progress. Let's not forget that. But friends, we must strive valiantly for more. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. We're now going to see a short video.
A Amazônia não é Eldorado. Seus rios voadores.
Its flying rivers breathe life into the sky. Its trees keep the heartbeat of the world. Its peoples hold an ancient knowledge, answers for today and for what lies ahead. Birds, fish, roots, soils, waters are our oldest relatives. Sacred beings guarding the secret of renewal. This living body mirrors the world's truths. In this realm of waters, cultures meet and burst into life. The future is calling.
And we're just listening in here to COP30 happening in Brazil, starting with some opening remarks there. It looks like they are in a quick commercial, it appears, or a video that they are showing to the audience. What we wanted to do is step away for a quick break and come back on this when there's another discussion. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We'll head back to COP30 in just a moment here. It does appear that it is not currently in English. So what I wanted to share with you is this live look that we have just gone into our newsroom here. And this is going to be the NACA president giving an update on air traffic controllers as they have received their second $0 paycheck. And we're unclear exactly when that's set to start here. However, we are going to be bringing it to you once it does get underway. Also, we wanted to share with you this other live look that has just popped into our newsroom here, as we're going to be hearing from lawmakers also speaking on the government shutdown. That is slated for 10 a.m. Eastern time. That's going to be House Speaker Johnson, as we are, again, now in day 41 of the government shutdown here. So we're going to bring those two press conferences to you once they do get underway. In the meantime, I did want to stay in Washington, D.C., where last night we did hear very brief comments from President Trump as he spoke at a Washington Commanders game. And I wanted to just play out those comments for you in case you missed it on Live Now from Fox.
Please welcome the family of fallen senior airman Brian Bell. Please join us as we honor the family of fallen Air Force Technical Sergeant Scott Tuckman. Let's have another round of applause for our families as we honor and thank their loved ones who served and protected our freedoms. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, as the President swears in enlistees of our United States military. Please raise your right hands. I, and state your name, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
All right, some brief comments there from President Trump, and we did just want to transition to a live event that we're seeing happen right now. This is Vice President J.D. Vance as he's meeting with veterans at Walter Reed. Let's turn up the sound and see if we can hear anything here.
Yeah, no, I know about the long events, right? This is sort of people sue, get out. Either the private sector, retire, or just sort of hanging out in the grocery store. People sue some of the veterans are heartbroken. Yeah, incredibly proud. because, yeah, again, you hear things about it, but it sounds like you appreciate it. Like it's done some good.
I think it has done some good. I mean, it has.
Yeah.
I feel an obligation to better understand everything.
For you?
Be able to help other folks that are doing it really assess whether or not from an end user standpoint, if that's helpful.
Really?
Sure. Medical side, obviously.
Yeah.
End user. Yeah, actually, like the service.
Of course. Yeah. Thanks for your service, man. I appreciate that. Good luck. Do you know where you're working on for New York?
California, but looking in search of their portfolio things.
Okay.
The title role they gave to bring me on board and find out where I fit best with 70% of the portfolio overseas.
Okay. Okay. Good. All right.
For what it's worth, yeah. I don't want to pack this with the sector, so.
Okay. I'll see you in a couple hours. I'll talk to you about it. Okay. All right.
I gave a point. I'm not allowed to hand it there.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
See you in person.
Very nice to meet you, man. Thanks for telling your story. Okay. See you. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hey, man. How you doing? Hey, very nice to meet you. I saw you doing push-ups. You're doing better than I do.
I'm trying to get back to it.
Okay. So you're trying to rehab your arm, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So somebody told me you were born and raised in Taiwan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but then moved here.
I was 6 when I went to California.
Okay.
Oh, we're in California.
I grew up in LA and I went to San Diego.
Okay, I grew up in San Diego. My dad actually
Okay.
teaches at San Diego State now.
Miss San Diego.
Yeah.
I don't miss the cost of living.
No, yeah,
Really
absolutely.
good food and weather, right?
But yeah, this time of year I miss San Diego too. Yeah, absolutely. So tell me your story a little bit. So how long have you been in the military?
Only about 18 years.
18 years.
And I'm my 8th deployment, and then it was a vehicle rollover. My first my arm in Iraq, so I headed back to Mosul.
Sure.
And I'm here in March.
Okay, so you've been here about 6 months then. Okay. So you were on your 8th deployment.
It's amazing.
That's amazing.
I enjoy
It's a lot. Okay.
I love it.
Okay, that's good. Because a lot of people don't. But I appreciate you doing what you do.
I love the military.
Of course. Yeah.
So I don't want to get back to it. I'll stay in the army as long as you'll have me in the army.
Okay.
No, not yet.
That's good. Yeah.
So what sort of work do you do there?
I'm a logistician.
Okay. Okay.
You guys are very good at logistics. I've learned in the last 10 months
Yeah.
of our lives.
The Army is much better logistics than the Marine Corps. That's one of the.
Stuff gets around is really amazing. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
How quickly we move stuff around.
Of course. So you said you got here in March, and you've been doing rehab since then, more or less?
No, I had like 5 surgeries.
Okay.
I came down here starting in May, so my rehab started in May.
Got it.
Limb salvage in my arm. Like they were telling me normally it would just amputated.
Okay.
The doctor that was in Iraq who did the first surgery, the doctor there said I was really lucky because the colonel went to visit and he saw the axe and he just put in the surgery on. He put an X-fix on my arm. So he saved my arm. And when we came here, they put bones out of my legs for my arm and then we're gonna save your arm. We're not gonna amputate it. So thank you for it.
Yeah. That's great. So I mean, tell me, will you have to have more surgeries, or are you done with the surgeries, or are you just sort of on to physical therapy?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, Lauren, how are you?
Hello, Lauren.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Nice to meet you as well. Yeah, so he has one more big surgery.
Okay.
One more right now. Majority of the tendons are connected from the fracture.
Okay.
So one more surgery.
So
to
you
reconnect the tendons. Yeah.
So the majority of the tendons aren't connected, but you can still do push-ups.
I kind of have to do it this way.
The bones are strong.
Okay. That's really amazing. That's really amazing.
And don't let him fool you. He's here every single day.
Okay.
Working out every day, multiple hours a day. That's his hard.
You've got a lot more discipline than I do.
I want to get back into the fight. So.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate that. So when is the big
healing to do soft tissue wise? Yeah. So hopefully January, February is when our plastics and ortho team are hoping to bring him back.
Okay, got it.
And do that. He's actually leaving us to return to work on Sunday.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
So
you said you're in the White House now.
No, I'm the subject.
Okay.
I'm the subject.
Fort Carson.
Okay, Fort Carson.
Okay, so you'll go back to Fort Carson and then come back here for the surgery, or will you do the surgery in Fort Carson?
Come back here for the surgery.
Okay, and then how much physical therapy from there? Daily?
Daily for
Okay.
a couple months.
Okay.
And then from there.
Okay, well, man, we'll be rooting for you. It's seriously amazing. I really admire your spirit wanting to get back in there.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I want to get back to it.
Can we wait to do this? Oh, yeah, recovery. Every time I'm bitching about my job, I'll remember this guy.
I canceled my workout today.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, man. Yeah, thank you for your service. Hang in there. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, nice to meet you, Lauren. Good job. Thank you.
All right, so we were just listening in there to Vice President J.D. Vance as he is meeting with veterans at Walter Reed. And actually, we do see that feed. It looked like it was ending. It does look like it is now continuing. So I did want to head back to that feed. But really quickly here, if you'd like to donate to Make Camo Your Cause, you can scan that QR code. Your donations help reduce veteran homelessness. And I'll pop this up here again in just a moment. But let's head back to this live event.
2 months ago.
Okay.
And I did the brain injury unit.
Yeah.
Dr. Williamson here.
Okay.
Which is phenomenal.
Sure.
Got me started up on ketamine.
Okay.
I've been doing the ketamine treatment for the last year.
Okay. So yeah, I was asking one of your fellow Marines over there about that. So give me a little background on that. Have you found that positive? Do you like it?
I think it's very positive.
Okay, good. Good.
The problem is, I was patient number 5.
Oh, wow. Okay, so it's very early.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So have you been contributing a lot of feedback then to how they do this going
yeah,
forward?
I mean, they're refining the process based on my experience and my feedback, which is good. But the fact is, I put down in mind, guys need this. I came from 7th group.
Sure.
And
so you were Marine and then Army? Is that right? Okay. Sounds good. So how long have you been in the military overall?
20 years.
20 years. Okay. So are you planning to retire? Are you trying to get back out? What's your goal?
They're going to medically retire me here.
Okay.
And now I'm doing Orton.
Okay.
Moved into a PC internship.
Oh, wow. With who?
So Pneumatic Ventures.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's awesome.
Yeah, they're pretty small.
Okay. Good for you, though.
Yeah.
So
that way.
So you guys mostly living here, or are you guys in, are you back and forth between Philadelphia and here? Are you making it work?
I'm doing the executive line.
Okay. Oh, great. So that means you have some freedom.
So you don't have to be in Philadelphia to do that?
No.
Okay, got it.
It's actually the global cohort, so I only go up about once a semester.
Okay, got it. So, and Brooke, what's your background? Were you in the military, or how'd you guys meet?
No, I'm just along for the ride.
Okay.
We met when he was at Fort Bragg. I'm
Yeah.
from Charlotte originally.
Okay.
So I've just been following him around ever since.
Okay, well, that's how it goes, right? That's military life.
Yeah.
Do you have any hopes for where you guys will be, where you'll live in the long term?
I'm partial to the south.
Okay. The warm weather?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We cut our time a little short in Florida to get back up here for
Sure.
this. But Florida's great.
Yeah.
But my family's in Charlottesville and my brother's in Charlottesville.
Okay, got it. And where are you from?
Actually, Fredericksburg.
Oh, okay. So you're not far from here. Do you still have family in Fredericksburg?
No.
No. Okay.
I don't.
Okay. So pretty much your crew.
Yep.
In the South. Okay, that's good. So tell me, explain to me, is the idea that ketamine kind of helps you? Is it work through things, or is it sort of connect certain events with certain recovery timelines? Like, give me your perspective on how it's gone and what you've learned from it.
So first and foremost, like symptom management.
Yeah.
PTSD, major depressive disorder, panic disorder, all those things that I was dealing with.
Sure.
Suicidal ideations, ruining my marriage with my wife. Just a lot of bad things there.
Sure.
Really helps to mitigate that. But then, so I started out with Spravato, which is like the nasal spray, and then I moved on to the infusions.
Yeah.
And the infusions they actually provide therapy with. So that is ketamine-assisted therapy.
Okay.
Where it is like, I mean, it's pretty rough. Like you go in there, you have a death experience every time you do it.
Really?
It's
okay.
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
Okay.
But when you come out of that, you translate things that came up and go through that with the therapist. And you have to be very helpful.
It's almost like an exposure thing. You sort of expose yourself to that very severe moment.
There's a neuroplasticity element to it all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's kind of rewiring, reshaping those
Okay.
memories by
Okay.
Yeah, and like it's helping you reconnect with a lot of memories. Like my first deployment, I don't think about that.
Sure.
But now I'm like starting to think about it. Like,
Yeah.
I lost a lot of Marines that deployment. That's bad.
Of course. How many deployments have you been on? Man. It's a lot.
It's what we signed up for.
Of course, but it's a lot. We're very grateful for it.
Thank you.
So, what do you need from us? What can we do to help in Washington?
Well, I think like getting this treatment down to everybody else and making them available to them so they're not going down to Mexico to do ayahuasca or Ibogaine, or like going out in town and doing ketamine on their own. They're risking their freedom, they're risking their career.
Sure.
Yeah. But the thing is, I scuttled my career when I came here. So like, I'll never get through it. I'll never get through it.
Was not retirement. Okay. Yeah. Understood. Understood.
So you think there's a world in which if this becomes more real and understood, that you can kind of return, and that's what you'd like to see?
Yeah, I'd love to see. I mean, I don't know how it's going to happen, but like, say you had this down at Dayton, or you had this at Compton, and you guys, go through their mental health steps, and they look at.
All right, so we were just listening into this live event here. Vice President J.D. Vance meeting with veterans at Walter Reed Hospital. And I wanted to share our coverage plan here for tomorrow. So if you do tune in for Veterans Day, we're going to be bringing you live events across the country here. And I also wanted to pop this up on your screen. We would love it if you would submit a photo to honor a veteran. And how you do that is you open up the camera app on your smartphone and you point it towards that QR code. And if you tap, it should take you directly to our website. Or you can head to livenowfox.com/connect. That's livenowfox.com/connect. And you can also, once again, scan that QR code and maybe you'll see your photo pop up here on air. I also would like to remind you that we are doing Make Camo Your Cause here, and this is just one of the items you can purchase. And I did want to share the QR code with you here because if you do purchase this, your donations go towards reducing veteran homelessness. And we have several items here. Again, we've been showing this throughout the week, but we also do have this shirt. We've got tumblers here. We've got coffee mugs. So if you would like to purchase some of that apparel, I am going to put up this QR code on your screen right now. You can scan that as well to Make Camo Your Cause. You can also just leave a donation if you feel so inclined, but we would love it if you would make Camo Your Cause this Veterans Day as well. We're going to step away for a commercial break. I did just want to let you know quickly here some of the live events we're keeping an eye on. Once again, soon to hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson on the government shutdown. That's set to happen in just about 15 minutes time here on Live Now from Fox. Also, we're keeping an eye on this live event as we're expected to hear from the NACA president providing an update on the government shutdown as well as air travel. And lastly here, just wanted to put this up on your screen. We're going to be hearing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He shared this post just moments ago here saying, "Buckle up," with a picture of a fish. So unsure what that's going to entail, but we're going to be checking in on that as well, bringing it to you live. Lots of live events coming up here. You won't want to miss them. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Taking you back out live here as Vice President J.D. Vance is still meeting with veterans at Walter Reed Hospital there in Bethesda, Maryland.
I'm from Willacoochee, Georgia.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
And been up here for about 5 months now.
Okay.
And Sergeant First Class Keller, he definitely makes sure that we stay moving and trying to get back to active duty.
Of course. Yeah, that's awesome. Is that what you want to do? You want to get back to active duty?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we're kind of in the I guess the fine-tuning process now, working on like our ADLs and stuff like that to go back to the back to the unit. I'm projected around December 15th to be back at work.
Okay, that's amazing, man.
Yes, sir.
So you were injured 5 months ago, or you just got here 5 months ago?
So I was injured 5 months ago. Okay. Or around it was June the 4th.
Were you in the back, or?
No, sir. I was stateside.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Driver wasn't paying attention to the stop sign, run right through it. Got the leg. So the fortunate thing is I was close to here. They sent me here. The team has been absolutely amazing.
Okay.
So the story of your surgery and the prosthetic was
Yes,
made
ma'am.
and everything?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So do you have family back in Georgia? Or you have family up here with you?
So yes, sir. All my family's back in Georgia. My dad, he spent about 90 days up here with me until I started to where I could start doing things on my own and moving around better.
Yeah.
He went back to Georgia, so I was like, hey, you can't be here the whole time.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
going to learn what I can and can't do.
That's right. Okay. Well, the timing's working out, Ian, just as the weather gets really shitty in DC.
Get back to Georgia where I got to work with the snow down there, sir.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Well,
So
man.
what's your physical therapy entailing because of this?
So I usually I come in at 07 in the morning and I work with my physical therapist Lisa over there, and we work on a lot of balance stuff.
Hey, Lisa,
and,
how are you?
Just met Kate. She's the intern, and so she kind of helps too. And then that lasts for about an hour, and then after that we do strength and conditioning with Sergeant Keller here.
Okay.
And so that kind of that takes about most of my morning.
Yeah. So were you a gym rat before you got injured?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I was
You
into
can
it.
tell. I mean,
Yes, sir.
yeah. This is not 5 months of work here. This is a guy who took it seriously before you. That's good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is the Army base in Georgia there?
Fort Benning.
Oh, okay. So you're right there at Fort
We're
Benning.
actually
Yeah.
almost about to go there. We have to reschedule.
Okay,
We're looking forward.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll see.
Love Fort
Yeah,
Benning.
she's trying to get you to jump out of an airplane with the Golden Knights. Yeah.
That's why I'm gonna push this thing as far as we can.
Okay.
But my organization has been really supportive of the whole thing. I was supposed to be stationed up here, and this happened. They're like, hey, we're gonna get you back to Fort Benning, get you closer to family and stuff like that. So they've done an awesome job with that too.
That's
So
awesome.
it sounds like we really might be seeing you soon then. Will
Yeah.
we reschedule
Yeah,
this?
maybe you can jump out of the airplane. you can do it instead of me. She's all excited about it. I'm like, hell no. Sergeant Keller, so are you working on physical therapy with Ian here? Okay.
Yes, sir. So I'm the senior enlisted advisor for the Department of Rehab, so I kind of oversee the different departments here. But the main focus for them is that since they're transitioning back to duty, we're really focusing on what skills are needed to return back to that position so we can get them as functional as we possibly can. So Ian's kind of in the final stages, and we're just fine-tuning at this point, sir.
Okay, awesome. That's great. So what do you get a mix of like soldiers, sailors, airmen, and civilians?
I do,
Okay.
and contractors as
And
well.
contractors, got it.
General service civilians and then contractors as well.
Okay, that's great.
One team.
Yeah, they're taking good care of you?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay.
I don't think there's any place else in the world that does as good as they do here.
Good, man. It's good to hear.
Yes, sir.
All right, keep
Thank
at
you.
it. Good luck to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Sergeant.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good to meet you, man.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, too.
He's going to join us.
Oh, he's joining us here? Okay.
He's covering both.
All right.
So this is Sergeant Walter.
What's up, man? How you doing? Hey, good to meet you, man. Yeah? All right, so what do you got with this sleeve ink here? What do we got going on here?
I had a major surgery, so they took out my humerus and replaced it with metal pretty much.
Okay, got it.
You know, we
So
were
now
admiring the tattoo.
I was actually, I was admiring the tattoo here. You got a lot going on there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah. So you're rehabbing your arm then? That's what you're trying to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sounds good. And how's it going? I mean,
Good.
Yeah.
The doctors weren't expecting this much progress this fast, so.
So when was the original injury?
The tumor was discovered in November of 24.
Okay.
And then surgery was February of 25.
Okay, got it.
So, a couple months ago.
Yeah. So are you down here? What are you down here every day?
Well,
3 times a week? What's the
We did 9
schedule?
months of chemo.
Okay.
When we found out.
Yeah.
Surgery was like in the middle of it. And then that was like every 3 weeks I was in the hospital for a week.
I see.
And then this is 3 times a week now.
Okay.
So have you completed your chemo?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you feeling?
Good. Much
Yeah.
better than I thought it would.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
And
it's definitely a rough road, but
Yeah.
okay. And are you done with treatment on that side of things?
I'm taking 1 small pill a day.
Okay.
But for the IV chemo, yes, sir.
Got it. Okay. That's good.
Yes, sir.
That's good.
Trying to get back.
Yeah.
Trying to have some of your energy back and all of that.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Yeah. Did you find, did it affect you? I mean, because you hear sometimes some people doesn't affect you at all. Some people really makes them exhausted. And
During it, yes.
Okay.
I was in the bed for probably a week. But after, I was just ready to get up and get outside.
and get moving. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I'm
good.
glad it's been such a beautiful fall then.
Yeah. So are you from here originally, or are you
I
just here
was
for treatment?
Born and raised in Virginia.
Yeah.
And then joined the regiment in 2019. Or 2019.
Got it. Okay. So when you're done with this, do you know where you'll go next?
I'm still going back to the regular.
Okay.
They still want me, so.
Okay, that's good.
The
man.
next steps are going to jump again.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's exciting.
Plans. They're in motion.
I'm not excited about this. Have you ever jumped out of an airplane before?
Yes, sir.
I think
Amazing.
so.
You're like an expert on it. Okay.
He said get back to jump.
So she's wanted to jump out of an airplane for a long time, which I think is crazy. Happy wife, happy life. Well, we're gonna go with the Golden Knights.
Once you do it once, you're going to want to do it again.
That's what I think. I mean, it seems obvious.
Skydiving is a lot different.
That's not gonna be my reaction. My reaction is to be like, I'm done. I'm done. It's done.
All right, so we are continuing to listen in here live to Vice President J.D. Vance visiting Walter Reed Hospital in Bethesda, Maryland. He's visiting with veteran service members and the care team there. And we are going to continue to listen in after this final 2-minute commercial break. Also, keep an eye on those other live events on the right-hand side of your screen, as those are set to start here shortly in the 10 o'clock hour. We'll be right back. And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. If you are just tuning in, my name is Christy Matino, and we've been listening in live in Bethesda, Maryland right now. Vice President J.D. Vance is meeting with veterans ahead of Veterans Day, which is tomorrow, at Walter Reed Hospital. And we do want to continue to listen in there as we do await some more live events.
So how many of Because as a person's leg, for example, shrinks down, how many casts will you go through before you get to like something more permanent?
That's a great question. So depending on the patient and how they were injured, Sam behind us.
Hey Sam, how you doing?
Sam will joke that he was in one socket for so long he didn't have that big shrink.
Okay.
But most of our amputees, they could go anywhere from maybe 5. And some patients who have invaginations, burns, some comorbidities that led to maybe nerve damage, they could be up to 15 to 20.
Okay.
It just all depends on their situation, but because we have that PT and OT right here, we can get things done faster and get them moving quicker.
And do people get to choose what it looks like?
Yeah, so they can do camo, they can do whatever they want. You get a t-shirt, and our technical team actually does that specific. Some of our patients, we put things on the inside because sometimes it's not really good with the uniform when you want your flames.
Oh, I see.
So we try to hide them on the inside, so you can have your personality on the inside, but still meet the requirements for your uniform.
That's awesome.
And then last but not least, our upper extremity program. Upper extremity is very difficult to replace, and to be honest with you, it's still just a tool. The most well-known upper extremity device is the myoelectric. So using electrodes inside the socket, it reads the muscle signals of the muscles that are still intact. And so the patient is trained with OT to fire those muscles or think about opening and closing their hand they're missing.
So it's not a replacement as much as just something they can kind of learn.
Exactly. So you can't.
And this one will open and close.
Exactly.
Oh, interesting.
And you can program it. So this one is just right now, it's for rotation as an example. But on the inside of these sockets is really where all the hard work goes into. And so inside that socket is batteries, wires. It's about 16 hours of work to fabricate this. But because we do it all in-house, we can control it and get it done.
Sure.
Yeah.
And do artists help with the crafting of the hands?
Absolutely, ma'am. So that is actually someone who comes in and hand paints that for us. The patients will sit and, yes, it's function, but it's also some fashion in the sense of if you lost your tattoo when you were in an IED blast and that tattoo was for somebody else, it's very important to them. And our artists will actually put the tattoo back onto the limb.
That's very cool.
Yeah. And it's very important for returning someone not only to, if the mission is going back to the military, but if they cannot go back to that mission due to their injuries, they're going to find a new mission, and that's going to carry them there.
Sure. Okay. And so you guys have the technology in-house to do all this stuff?
We do.
Okay. And that has to be relatively recent. I mean, I don't think that we had this 20 years ago, did we?
We actually did.
Okay, really? Okay.
Technology, so in prosthetics and orthotics, wars, that's where we get our technology, all the research, and I can tell you almost every single amputee in this room has broken a new top-of-the-line item so that it could be better and meet the needs for active duty. So yeah, the prosthetic knees that you see here, these are all made and FDA approved, but we set them up, align them, and then our patients figure out how to break them so that we can tell the companies, hey, you said it was return to duty, but somebody figured out it's not. And we work with them to make sure that it meets our needs.
Got it.
And will people need multiple prosthetic limbs for different purposes?
They will. So we always make sure that we are meeting their goals and the mission's goals. So obviously running. Sam. Case in point. But keep in mind, people have children. And if you're bilateral upper or below bilateral above knee amputee and you want to get on the floor with your children, it's not always easy to get on the floor with your children with 2 full setups. And so sometimes we'll do shorties where they have a socket and then they have a very short foot right underneath them, so they're actually at the level of their children and can play.
That's interesting.
That's awesome.
Okay.
But with that being said, a lot of our bilateral above knee amputees, they had very short limbs, burns, invaginations, made it very difficult to fit a prosthesis, and more so meaning that socket design. So some of those patients have now moved to osseointegration.
Okay, so that is integrated into the...
You got it, ma'am. So we like to show our famous 3D printed bone.
Okay.
This is actually heterotopic ossification. So this
What
is
does that mean?
This is bone that grows into soft tissue. So trauma.
Okay.
Even if you get a hip surgery, this could happen to someone, a car accident. It's not just our patients, but it's very, very common in our patients.
Okay.
This leads to a lot of fit issues, if you can imagine, inside a socket.
Yep.
We heat relieve as much as we can, but ultimately, sometimes a socket's just not going to work well.
Sure.
And so our orthopedic surgeons, they take this abutment and they implant it into the actual femur, humerus, or even the lower extremity. And then the prosthesis goes right here. So there's an adapter that this goes into.
Yep.
Okay. We always say lefty loosey, righty tighty, pops out, and then the leg goes underneath.
Okay.
For our bilateral above knee amputees, it meant spending more time in the wheelchair or less time in the wheelchair.
Sure.
And most of them will tell you they've regained a lot of their independence. For upper extremity amputees, they were going from maybe 1 to 2 hours of wear time for their arm to 18 to 24 hours a day.
Wow. That's a huge improvement. That's a huge improvement.
Huge improvement. So there's that technology.
And this is stainless steel, I assume, or I mean, does the body respond well to this?
Yeah,
It does?
so
Okay.
we have really good outcome measures from it.
That's great.
We've been doing it here for roughly 7
Yeah, it
years.
is.
But yeah, so the funny thing about that is once you have this, once it's a part of your skeletal system, it helps negate that weight of the prosthesis. Prosthesis is supposed to
balances it. Is that what happens?
Exactly.
Okay.
Because when you have a prosthesis, it's supposed to be approximately how much that limb weighed.
Yeah.
So when it's attached to the skeletal system and has a good suspension system, it helps with
Sure.
that.
Well, thank you, Jamie.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Very nice to meet you. And congratulations.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thanksgiving.
Good luck.
Thanksgiving.
Okay, good luck.
Appreciate it.
Sir, I'm going to How are you?
You made it. You didn't go into labor.
Explain what he is on and why.
Yeah, so he's on our track that goes all the way around.
Okay.
And, the real clinic setting, we have him running around the whole track. It is a little loud, but he's been putting more things in place.
I'm sorry to screw up your workout.
You're all good, guys. Yeah, but it's essentially just kind of for safety. This is a new socket, style of socket that he's wearing. So this harness just so he feels safe and can run fully without kind of fear of falling.
Sure.
And then once he feels comfortable there, get him out and running on.
You said Sam?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when were you injured?
I was injured this February on the 17th in boot camp.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, no worries, guys.
Yeah.
Fine.
So you've had this for how long now?
So I've had a few legs now, but I think my first leg I got was about March. That's when I first kind of started walking.
Okay.
But yeah, no. So for a little bit, I was just having some issues with some sockets. So I think she mentioned it earlier. Kind of everybody has their little moment. I was having a lot of fluctuation.
Okay.
And so I finally got getting better with the sockets. I'm just getting back into running again.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I did it
because you look
before.
very comfortable with it. Like
It's
it
very
looks,
comfy.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Sometimes might not right, but it's awesome.
Okay. So you've definitely, I mean, you've gotten used to it at this point.
Yeah, a little bit. No, learn how to run again. I'm not like the best at it, but it's still fun.
Sure.
It's good to be back in there.
Were you a big runner before you got injured?
A little bit, yeah. Running was probably one of my favorite things. Because I did track in high school for maybe like 3 years.
Okay.
So it's fun.
Yeah.
It looks like Nike might make this one. Is that right?
Yeah, this is a Nike made. Like I don't know about all of them, all the brands that make them, but this is a fun one. I've tried one other one, but the Nike has a good kind of recoil, if you want to call it.
Yeah, I was going to ask whether you have to get used to the spring that it has.
Yeah, because other legs, I'm sure you've seen it with other ones. They don't have like a bounce to it, so they're nice and flat. This one has a little bounce.
Okay.
So it's a nice little, when you run, it actually propels you. So it's very fun.
Okay. So do you find you get more like propulsion out of your right leg than the left? Okay.
If I had to learn it a little bit, I could probably run faster than my prime. I'll give it that.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, if you see Olympics, they run faster than people.
Okay. Yeah, that's fascinating.
I'm hoping to watch actually this year because I'd heard that.
All right, so we've been listening in there to Vice President J.D. Vance as he's meeting with veterans at Walter Reed. However, we are getting an update live right now from House Speaker Mike Johnson on the government shutdown.
Ready to do what Republicans and President Trump and millions of hardworking American people have been asking them to do for weeks. But as we said from the beginning, the people's government cannot be held hostage to further anyone's political agenda. That was never right. And shutting down the government never produces anything. It never has, if you study history. And so here we are. I want to remind everybody this morning of another critical point that you've heard me here repeat over and over the last several weeks. It's something that I and Leader John Thune and President Trump and every Republican leader have all said repeatedly from the beginning. We have always been open to finding solutions to reduce the oppressive costs of health care under the Unaffordable Care Act. We just made clear that we would not and should not ever do that, that is, negotiate as hostages. And I've also reminded you here every morning at this press conference throughout the shutdown, Republicans have not just been talking about reducing costs and fraud and abuse in so many areas and in healthcare. We've been actually passing new laws to accomplish that urgent mission for the people, and we will continue to do so. So here's where we are by way of schedule, just so you know, you're following. And if you're not at home, if you're waking up to this good news this morning, the Senate's vote late last night of 60 to 40 opens the door now. The Senate is moving forward on an amended House CR, a continuing resolution, that will reopen the government until January 30th. Added to that are provisions to fully fund SNAP provisions through the end of the next fiscal year, which is September 2026, guaranteed back pay for all federal workers who have been made to endure these hardships over the last several weeks. And it also includes passage of 3 appropriations bills, which we're grateful to be moving through the process. That is the Military Construction Veterans Affairs bill, it's the Agriculture bill, and the Legislative Branch bill. The Senate will be back in session this morning to finish their job, and we're certainly praying that they do. They'll need unanimous consent from all senators to fast-track their final vote. As you know, there's some procedural hurdles that one or more could throw in the way, but we certainly hope that they won't do that because so many people across this country are desperate for the government to reopen. At the very moment that they do that final vote, I will call all House members to return to Washington as quickly as possible. We'll give a 36-hour formal and official notice so that we can vote as soon as possible to pass the amended CR bill and get it to the president's desk. As you all know, and he said as recently as last night, I was with him, and he told the press, he said, we want to get the government open. He's very anxious to get the government reopened and to end the Schumer shutdown. We all are. With regard to the travel challenges, I spoke yesterday at some length with Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, my former colleague and good friend, and he lamented the serious situation that we have with air travel in the U.S. He's bent over backwards, as all members of the administration and the cabinet have done in all of their areas of jurisdiction, to try to keep the government working for the people and to mitigate the pain and the harm. But the problem we have with air travel is that our air traffic controllers are overworked and unpaid, and many of them have called in sick. That's a very stressful job, and even more stressful exponentially when they're having trouble providing for their families. And so air travel has been grinding to a halt in many places. And as of Sunday, nearly half of all domestic flights and U.S. flights were either canceled or delayed. And it's a very serious situation. So I'm saying that by way of reminder. I'm stating the obvious to all my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats in the House. You need to begin right now returning to the Hill. We have to do this as quickly as possible. Now, we look forward to the government reopening this week so Congress can get back to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of business to do, as you all know, and we will be working in earnest. There'll be long days and long nights here for the foreseeable future to make up for all this lost time that was imposed upon us. I want to close with something that's important. I think it's important to say that this is genuine. I mean this sincerely. We applaud the 7 Senate Democrats and 1 independent senator who did the right thing. They decided to put principle over their personal politics. And my urgent plea of all my colleagues in the House, and that means every Democrat in the House, is to think carefully, pray, and finally do the right thing and help us to bring an end to the pain of the American people. This has gone on too long. Too many people have suffered, and it's long overdue. That's the update I wanted to give you this morning. There are probably lots of questions, but I'm going to get a lot of my own questions answered later today, so stay tuned for more. Thanks so much.
All right, very brief comments there from House Speaker Mike Johnson. I also wanted to share this vantage point here with you. As you can see, all of the media following there, trying to get some additional comments from Speaker Johnson filing out of the room. A little bit later, we are going to be hearing from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries there as well. So we're going to bring you those comments when we do get them on Live Now from Fox. Once again, just another vantage point there, as we did just see House Speaker Johnson exiting after those brief comments. What I wanted to also share with you here right now, though, is we are hearing from the NATCA president right now, speaking on air travel amid the government shutdown. Let's head over there.
Every single day. The added stress leads to fatigue. The fatigue has led to the erosion of safety and the increased risk every day that this shutdown drags on. If you want to know what the real fallout of this shutdown is, it's not a budget line. It is the smallest and the most dangerous shift of all. When the most disciplined safety workforce in America is forced to think about survival instead of public safety. This is the cost. This is not theoretical. It is happening now in real families, in real control rooms, in real time. Now, history will remember who is responsible for the shutdown. The public and media will debate who won, but we all know who carried the weight of it and who has to pick up the pieces when it finally ends. It's us, the federal workforce that has been the rope in this game of tug of war. Now, let me be clear. Not just air traffic controllers and aviation safety professionals or federal employees. No American should ever be forced to work without a paycheck. To not pay someone for the work that they have performed is un-American, and failing to pay that workforce that keeps our sky safe is not acceptable, and it is not sustainable. We embrace the responsibility we hold and the trust we are given. This past weekend, air traffic controllers ensured that over 7.3 million passengers arrived on time, arrived safely, and flying over 113,000 flights. And they all arrived safely at their destinations. They did this despite continuing to operate with 3,800 fewer fully certified controllers than the system requires. And this is not a new issue. NACA has been advocating for increased controller staffing for more than a decade. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy recognized this concern and implemented plans to supercharge controller hiring and modernize the air traffic control system. And we've shared the same vision. We also thank him for his outspoken support of air traffic controllers and for ending this shutdown. The effects of this shutdown have real consequences for hardworking, patriotic American workers. Last Friday, we delivered over 1,600 handwritten letters from our members to the congressional offices expressing the hardship that they are experiencing. These are not statistics. These are the lives of people who keep this country moving. One of our members recently moved from Alaska to Illinois and is in training at her new facility. Her husband of 20 years is a 5-time combat veteran who has 45 documented explosions and 7 direct hits in his service record. He returned from Iraq and Afghanistan with a traumatic brain injury diagnosis and 100% permanent and total service-related disability. Consequently, she is the single source of income for her family. Their son just graduated from Navy A school, 4th in his class, but they could not afford to attend his graduation. She's plagued by financial insecurity, and in addition to training at her new facility, she has sold plasma twice, started delivering for DoorDash, and recently took a part-time job on her regularly scheduled days off or day off. A NACA member in Nebraska pays a $2,800 copay for a specialty medication to treat his wife's autoimmune disorder and prevent it from becoming crippling. After a month without pay, he's unsure how he's going to pay for the basic living expenses and his wife's medical needs. We've heard from recent graduates of the air traffic control training in Oklahoma. They are resigning and cannot begin this challenging new career without a paycheck. We've heard from other air traffic controllers that are struggling to find ways to pay for gas and to get to and from work, while others are struggling to pay for childcare so they can go to work. These are real people. They're real Americans, and they are facing real problems. They deserve better, and they absolutely deserve their pay. The aviation safety professionals we represent are doing everything they can to continue to show up and deliver America's passengers and cargo safely to their destinations. Congress must act immediately and end the government shutdown and ensure that all individuals who have not been paid during this prolonged closure receive their compensation. Enough is enough. Now, thank you, and I'll be happy to take your questions along with Amy and Jonathan. Go ahead.
Even if Congress strikes a deal to end this government shutdown, how soon do you think you'll have enough air traffic controllers back working to avoid the cancellations and delays that we're seeing?
Well, air traffic controllers are showing up every day right now, day in and day out, doing an amazing job that they can. What we're going to have to find out is how many actually resigned, how many retired due to this shutdown, and truly started assessing all the different impacts that this shutdown's had. Yes.
Do you have a sense of how many recent graduates have resigned already?
We only have reports. I've talked to Secretary Duffy. We knew over last week it was 4 to 5 that had already resigned and growing by the day. Go ahead.
Hi, Ali from Bloomberg News here. I wanted to ask if obviously there's a deal right now that's being worked through Congress, hopefully it passes, but if that's passed, when's the soonest that controllers would get paid?
We don't have the exact timetables because we don't know when the government will fully, give him just a moment, make sure he's okay. All right. We don't know when the government fully opens up and what the pay schedules will look like. All I can reference is what happened in 2019, and it took air traffic controllers approximately 2 to 2.5 months to be able to be made whole from all of their compensation. They'll receive some early on compensation based off of previous pay, but then going back in air traffic controllers, then having to weed through paycheck after paycheck to see where they compensated for all the time that was missed. Yes, sir.
Sam, Politico. Secretary Duffy yesterday said DOD had offered military air traffic controllers to him, but he was unsure if he could use them for the civilian airspace. What's the status of this idea? What has NACA heard from DOD?
We haven't directly engaged with it, but air traffic controllers across the country go through a rigorous training process. They're highly skilled, highly trained, and that would take quite some time to have anyone else control the airspace that FAA controllers do day in and day out.
And is NACA's understanding that the FAA ordered flight cuts at 40 airports will continue to be phased in and ramped up this week despite the deal in the Senate?
Administrator Bedford and Secretary Duffy would be the ones to determine if that process is going to move forward. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Hi, Tom Costello with NBC News. Assuming and hopefully you all do receive a paycheck quickly, assuming that the shutdown ends, how long will it take for your workforce, for your controllers, to feel like they've got their head clear, that they're back in the game, that they're able to go in and not have that distraction? In other words, is there a residual lag time before your controllers truly are back feeling like they're back in the game and able to concentrate solely on the job?
Yeah, this is one of the worlds where this shutdown isn't a light switch. It's not just on and it's not just off. Air traffic controllers have to go in and be perfect every single day. And they know, based on what is in the current bill, that January 30th will loom around the corner. Being made whole and being able to be back up is knowing that every shutdown that you could possibly be the political pawn never puts controllers completely at ease, but getting them paid is the priority so they can live their lives and ensure that they have the proper compensation. It's the right step in the right direction. Whatever it takes to open this government and pay our members is what's needed right now. And we'll have to continue dealing with the fallouts and what the added stress and pressure that this has caused. Go ahead.
Dave Shepardson from Reuters. The Secretary said that the safety data has been going in the wrong direction and suggested that controllers are making more mistakes, they're fatigued, either for runway separation, ground incursions and so on. They also cited reports that pilots filed. Have you seen this data? Do you think that's accurate, that controllers are not performing as well as they did pre-shutdown?
I haven't seen the data specifically, but I can tell you every day that this shutdown it goes on, that an air traffic controller had to survive 41 days with financial insecurity, that it leads to added stress, frustration, pressures where air traffic controllers cannot be 100% focused on their job. They're not a political pawn. They shouldn't be used as a rope in this game, and they know it. They feel it, and absolutely, every day that this drags on, that we have to worry about the stress and the pressure on them. For a workforce that has to go in and be 100% of the time, there is no world where it just operates the same and smoothly when people aren't receiving pay. So it's something that concerns us. It's something we've been speaking about, and it's something that's been real since day one of this shutdown. Go ahead. Absolutely.
First one, we're obviously in the midst right now of ramping up these flight restrictions at the 40 airports. We don't know if that's going to continue on or not, but is that something that's actually making an appreciable difference or would make an appreciable difference at a certain threshold for the controllers, as Secretary Duffy has said he's trying to do?
Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bedford will have to review what each and every one of those restrictions does and what it looks like, and are they getting the results they see. Air traffic controllers show up to do our job day in and day out. One plane or every plane in the sky, we're going to do everything we can to ensure the safety of the American flying public, and the administration will have to determine what that looks like. But I can say that we have made it very clear that every day that this shutdown was to go, that's going to be an increased risk in the system. When there's increased risk in a system, there's only one way, there's two ways that you can handle it. One is open the government and paying the air traffic controllers and the aviation safety professionals. Two is you have to look at the capacity of the airspace and how many flights that air traffic controllers are handling every single day.
And the second one is just, I know at the beginning of the shutdown, you were very clear about saying, warning members, don't try to do any sort of organized action, that would be illegal. There have been a couple of air towers facilities that have had a very large number of people calling out at the same time. Secretary Duffy highlighted Atlanta yesterday, 22. We've seen that happen in Newark, Chicago, Los Angeles at times during the shutdown. What's your explanation for what's going on there? Are there small organized actions happening, or is there another explanation for why we see these concentrations of a lot of controllers in one space, not having absences of the same day?
We absolutely do not condone any or support any level of a organized action. There are no organized actions going on. If there are issues in this system that are resulting from the shutdown, they have to be determined and discussed and addressed by the FAA every single time that something like this goes on. What our members are facing are issues, right? We use the term call in sick so loosely with the federal workforce that are the accepted employees that have to show up. They're facing real issues. We have letter after letter talking about the impacts this shutdown that it's having on them, that they can't pay for gas to get to work, that we have trainees that have moved hundreds if not thousands of miles across the country to the highest cost of areas of living and now can't even afford to go to work, or they can't afford the child care to come into work. That is real, and it's not something that can be looked at, or it's not something that can be diagnosed, because it's going to be moving around the country, different people, different shifts, different issues in their life every single time. And speaking about that, I did want to give Amy a chance to speak about just those pressures right there. She comes from a dual, both her and her husband work for the FAA, and what that's kind of caused. So Amy, if you'd like to address that.
So my husband and I are both air traffic controllers. Now having missed 2 paychecks, that uncertainty and that financial strain is becoming unbearable. It's now a dinner time conversation with my kids on prioritizing bills. Yesterday, my kids asked me how long we could stay in our house. Having to answer that question was heartbreaking. But it's not just us that's dealing with that. That stress, that uncertainty, that fear is being felt among thousands of air traffic control families across the nation.
Amy, can I just ask you while you're still there, can you speak a little bit more about the personal stress and what this is doing to you and to your family? You mentioned a little bit there, but just every single day going to work with this hanging over you, what have you had to juggle? Have you had to juggle, I don't know, going to the grocery store or putting gas in your car or diapers? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So we work in an environment that requires that 100% focus and presence. And then having to have those conversations at home with your family, with your kids, explaining that hey, Christmas might look a little bit different this year, right? That's difficult on the family. That adds a stress that we've never had to deal with in the past. So when you walk into an operation and you know your coworkers have taken a second job, they're up till midnight driving Uber because they can't pay their bills. Everyone's questioning if they can pay their mortgage. I have coworkers who cannot pay for childcare, so now they have to figure out how they're going to come into work. That uncertainty, that fear, creates a distraction that no air traffic controller should have to carry when we're ensuring the safety of the flying public. But that being said, we are 100% committed to our jobs. Every flight that we handle is our #1 priority, and the safety of that flight. We just want to do the work that we love, continue serving the flying public, but not have to question how we're going to pay bills and make ends meet.
Thank you. Did I miss somebody back here? Go ahead. I'll come right over here next.
Sarah Foss with CBS News. You talked about this a couple different ways, but I'm just curious, as we're approaching the possibility of the government shutdown ending today, do you see a world in which we see less staffing triggers and staffing improves by the end of this week, or do you think that is going to continue to carry on as this, kind of peters out?
I think we've seen a shutdown go longer than any time in history, and every single day it's presenting a new challenge. You can't predict what the issues are because, again, if the shutdown is to end tomorrow, controllers still haven't been paid yet. They're still facing those issues. While the rest of America will get to go on, and that will no longer be the headline the news headline, it's still real for them. So we're going to have to continue working through the issues, and our focus is it's not ended. Even though that there is a new, a new light at the end of the tunnel, we'll call it that, every single day an air traffic controller is still facing the issues that they had yesterday, and they're getting worse every single day. So we will continue to work with the administration, we'll continue to fight for it, and we'll continue showing up to work to ensure the safety of the American flying public, and we will do everything to get it back fully on track. But it should show that a government shutdown is not sustainable, and in no way should air traffic controllers ever be used as a political pawn in the process.
Reagan National Friday had the most cancellations, according to the FAA, was because of staffing. Just to clarify, is that just people calling out sick? Is that people can't afford to go to work? Is it in a way protest? Is it a combination of that?
Yeah. Just so everyone knows, before the shutdown, air traffic controllers got sick. During the shutdown, air traffic controllers get sick. After the shutdown ends, air traffic controllers will get sick. And DCA is an extremely low staff facility. That every day that they show up, they are already starting well below what they should. So 1 to 2 persons being gone, whether that they had to take medication for, Benadryl for the allergy season that's going on, they can't work that day. They have a stringent requirement to show up to work fit and ready for duty. That could be the added stresses and pressures of it. Every person is dealing with a different level, of financial stability or instability. So some of those issues may be real, but again, it just goes to show how fragile this system is, and putting this additional stress and pressure on it, we're going to see that level of issues that we have to contend with.
One more question. Could Jonathan say something also?
Yeah, I'm going to, by all means, here in just a moment.
I was just going to ask, kind of following up on that, in terms of, what are you seeing as kind of the most vulnerable areas in terms of where the staffing triggers are hitting the most? And are you seeing, like in the New York area, of course, where we're seeing a lot of these staffing triggers, is that because of the same reason as DC, where they're already sort of short-staffed? And so
This country is short-staffed right now. We're 3,800 certified professional controllers short. 91% of our facilities do not have the proper staffing. Over 41% of our facilities work a mandatory 6-day work week, 10-hour days. That is what you're getting to see day in and day out, is how few controllers actually run the system to keep it moving at what they do, and they should be lauded for the work that has been done. And now getting to see the disruptions that it causes to lose 1 or 2 absolutely proves why the long-term commitment to the hiring and training of the next generation of air traffic controllers is needed now more than ever, and why this shutdown has to end. But I do, speaking about the recruitment, the retention, the bringing in of new air traffic controllers, Jonathan has several trainees at his facility, recently attended a career day affair as well. I'd like him to speak a little bit about that and the impacts of the shutdown. Jonathan.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the impacts of the shutdown are real. In my facility, we're a training facility. We send people to the bigger and larger facilities. We're an influx. They come in, they get out. And now we have guys who are, they're all Gen Z. They're 23, they're 24. They're living with their parents already. They can't afford to live on their own already. And this has just made the situation 10 times worse. I had a career fair 3 days ago. I've done it for years. It's high school students, 9th and 10th grade year-olds coming to learn about air traffic. We're very popular. This was the first year I didn't have answers to their questions. The kinds of things they were asking us, why we should do this job, what are we looking for in the future, were things I didn't want to say. I told them how wonderful the job is, how great we are, how dedicated we are to the career field, how dedicated we are to our community, and how dedicated we are to each other, and that's what we're doing. And that's why we're still here.
Nick, I have real quick. So on Halloween, we saw 80% of the controllers. Nick, on Halloween, we saw 80% of the controllers at New York not show up. And the administration said 20 to 40% of controllers at any given day are not showing up at the 30 largest airports. Do you think sort of the controllers hit a breaking point at that point? Like, what do you think accounts for the significant increase in outages over the last, say, 10 days or whatever?
Well, let's be clear. That statistic, I don't know it to be true. About 80%. When you only have 4 controllers and you have 2 of them that can't make it to work, you're at 50%. Some of our facilities have only 3 or 4 controllers on a shift, day in and day out. You've seen the delays that are because of it, but now you're just getting to see it nationwide when people are missing it. The true issue is people not getting paid. That's the issue. And the only solution to it is ending the shutdown and ensuring that they receive the compensation and pay that they rightfully deserve. There is no world that exists where you can't pay people and run the system the same. Issues are going to crop up. They're going to crop up across the country. And the absence of 1 or 2 controllers, it's not a matter of breaking them. It's a matter of them being fit and ready for duty and being able to show up and do the amazing job that they do day in and day out to serve the American public. They are the unsung heroes. They are the American patriots that Secretary Duffy talks about, and they are doing everything they can to hold this system together and be out there serving the American public during these trying times. But 41 days without pay is unacceptable.
Really quick, in the last 2 minutes, President Trump posted on Truth Social, very long, so I'll just read part of it. All air traffic controllers must get back to work now. Anyone who doesn't will be substantially, quote, docked. For those air traffic controllers who were great patriots and didn't take any time off for the Democrat shutdown hoax, I will be recommending a bonus of $10,000 per person for distinguished service to our country. Just came out. Any initial response to that?
So I'll take anything that recognizes these hardworking men and women, but we'll work with the administration on any issues that are out there. Air traffic controllers have continued to show up during this shutdown. They've endured the longest shutdown in American history, and every single day, they absolutely not only deserve their pay, they deserve to be recognized for what's going on. So we'll work with the administration through it. We'll work through the issues that are going on, and we want, just like the rest of the American people want, this shutdown to end. The frustrations that are out there are real, and we share them because we're frustrated with the process as well. Again, air traffic controllers should not be the political pawn during a government shutdown.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody, for that. Some of you have requested pull asides. Let's discuss those, and we'll take care of that. But thank you for that. That's the end of the press conference.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good job. Thank you so much.
We were just listening in there as the Association for Air Traffic Controllers was discussing air travel amid the ongoing government shutdown. And before we step away for a break, I did want to share these 4 live looks from various airports around the United States. You have Hartsfield-Jackson, Seattle, Nashville, and St. Louis, as many flights continue to either be delayed or canceled because of the staffing shortage due to the shutdown. As we were just hearing, many of them calling out sick, and because of that, the already strained resources are being impacted even further. This is going to be the second paycheck that air traffic controllers will miss because of the ongoing shutdown. We are going to step away for that break. We do have some other live events that we want to get to on the other side.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. I did want to share this live look with you of the U.S. Capitol as the Senate will reconvene at 11 a.m. Eastern Time as they inch closer to reaching a deal to end the government shutdown now in day 41. However, I also wanted to share a live event as Representative Richie Torres, a Democrat from New York, says that he will vote no on any shutdown deal. He is speaking live right now.
Victories in New Jersey, in Virginia. The outcome of the election was a referendum on Donald Trump. It was a resounding rejection of Donald Trump by the American people on the issue of health care. Why are Democrats not acting with the boldness of a party that knows that the American people are behind us? Health care is the central challenge confronting Americans. Since 2020, premiums have risen by more than double digits. Healthcare, the cost of healthcare is the leading cause of bankruptcies for American families, for small businesses. And so everyone in elected office should ask themselves a simple question. If we're not here to fight to lower the cost of healthcare, then what are you here for? If you're not willing to stand for something, if you're not willing to stand for something as foundational as affordable healthcare, then you will fall for anything. And I worry that these Democratic defectors have fallen for a raw deal for the American people. I intend to return to Washington, D.C. this week, and I will vote no on any agreement that fails to prevent your health care premiums from doubling. So with that said, I'm happy to take whatever questions you have.
So, go ahead. How do you feel just about these Democratic defectors, as you said, as far as what they mean to the party and just their ideology or philosophy in doing so?
Look, the agreement fundamentally fails to lower the cost of health care. And so I see the agreement as a betrayal of the 24 million Americans whose premiums are about to double. It's a betrayal of New York, which is about to lose $7 to $8 billion in funding, which will affect every New Yorker. And there's no policy win in the agreement. It simply promises a future vote. The promise of a future vote is nothing.
So, Congressman, what is the answer here? How do we move forward?
I think the answer is a bipartisan agreement that reopens the government and that protects the health care and food of the American people. It should be possible to live in a world where we can have a functioning government, we can have affordable food and affordable health care. There's no need to choose among them. The American people deserve all three.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Wrap. Oh boy. We're in trouble.
It never ends.
Well, at least he's getting booed now.
Yes, I think. Oh yeah, I think. Yeah.
So we wanted to dip into that live event, even though it was very brief. However, we were just hearing from Representative Richie Torres. He is a Democrat from New York, stating that he will be voting no on any final agreement to end the government shutdown. He says that it's a, quote, unconditional surrender that abandons the 24 million Americans whose health care premiums are about to double. So we did want to share that with you. However, we are keeping a very close eye on a number of live events, and I did want to share one of those with you right here. This keeps us in New York City, but we are expecting to hear from the newly elected mayor of New York City, Zoran Mondani. You can see that there's a podium set up, and there is little poster saying a new era. So he is expected to make an announcement of some sort. However, we do have a number of other live events that we are going to get to. This one just coming into our newsroom right here. This takes us, I believe, out to Tampa, and that is the mayor of Tampa right there. Let's raise the audio and listen in.
to give back to our community by building affordable housing, building housing for everyone, but building affordable housing is what really touches my heart, without a doubt. So 6 of these units are going to be reserved for families making 60% or below the AMI, average median income. And so that, for a family of 4, is about $52,000 a year. Think about that, $52,000 a year. We're talking about people, families, individuals that get up, go to work every day so they can provide for their children, to build a better future for their children. And they're going to be able to move into these 3-bedroom units that are brand new, and I can tell you without a doubt are simply gorgeous. The other 4 units are going to be rented to families that are making 80% average median income, and that's about $83,000 a year. And $83,000 a year is only 80% of our average median income. So on the one hand, incomes are going up in our city, which we can all celebrate. On the other hand, housing is getting so expensive that we're having people priced out of our city, and we can't do that. So we have been focused on building affordable housing. I've talked to everybody. Every time we have one of these groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings, I talk about how difficult it is to build affordable housing and the layers of finance that you have to go through, the public-private partnerships, everything that you have to do to be able to come to this day today is incredible. It's difficult. It takes a great deal of persistence. It takes the heart. You have to have these types of projects in your heart, and you want to do better for your community. And so that's what we're here today, to celebrate the Pittman Group and to thank them again for believing in the city, and we in turn believe in you. So thank you for what you have done.
Just wow. Thank you, Mayor Castor. What a beautiful day in the city of Tampa, both just the weather today and then standing in front of this amazing development. I was talking to the developers and the architect. I'm so impressed with when I look behind here and see, as we transform the city of Tampa, how you can still have a throwback to the past, but then advancing it to the future. To be able to put this type of density in this neighborhood, these are 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Every unit in this complex is 3-bedroom, 2-bath. If you follow affordable housing in the city of Tampa, you'll find that we've had a plethora now of smaller units, the studios, the 1s, and a smattering of 2s. What we've really had a deficit in is building these units for families. And that's the most exciting part of this for me, is that this is going to be families living in this neighborhood. This is bringing children to this neighborhood. And so it's a recreation of what is a historic Tampa neighborhood, and I think that's the most exciting element of all of this. And just the things that the Mayor Castor hit on, the fact that this is bringing truly affordable and reasonable housing to the city of Tampa and to this historic neighborhood is something that can't be overlooked. But again, the design element. You look at this design back here, and I know that the council persons that I sit with would be extraordinarily impressed. I know Councilwoman Lynn Hertek's aide is here. She's pushed very strong for these type of aesthetics and also the 3-bedroom, 2-baths, along with everybody else on the city of Tampa. So we're really excited about this. I'm really excited, that this is a Tampa-grown project. I mean, how amazing is that? That these are 3 young men that started their lives in Tampa and is bringing it back home to make this community better. We can't ask for anything more than that. So thank you all for showing up this morning. I would like to take this moment to introduce our newest member of Tampa City Council, and we are standing in her council district, District 5, Nia Young.
Oh, thank you. Well, I want to start off by saying thank you. When I grew up knowing the importance of giving back to community and always coming back to a community, and what you all have done is a prime example of that, and I think it's amazing. I remember coming to see when there was no paint, there was still a lot of construction going inside, but I could see the vision, and I could see how happy you were to talk about the project, and it's amazing to see what that passion has come to. So I'm really excited to be here, and I'm really excited excited to know that this is actually happening in the district. And I just want to thank you all, because giving back to community is important, and you all did it in the best way possible that you could. So thank you.
All right, now let's bring up the men of the hour here that have done so much for our community. So let's bring up Kevin and Dontavius.
Good morning. My name is Dontavius Pittman. Thank you all for coming. This has been a journey for us for this project that we've been so passionate about. Our goal when we started our business was to keep Tampa keep Tampa natives local, whether that's families or younger business people. We just want to keep everyone in town instead of having to be pushed out. So I think that we accomplished our goal here. And we just thank the City of Tampa, Housing and Community Development. Michelle and Candace are here. We thank the City of Tampa. We thank the mayor. We thank all of our partners, with Home Depot especially. They, you know, we got some nice discounts. We just thank everybody, our family and friends, for the sacrifice. We know it took us a while, you know, but we made it. So thank you, guys.
Good morning, everybody. As Dante said, we're extremely grateful and just happy to be able to continue to, like you said, just keep everybody, as many people as we can that are from here, keeping Tampa. We feel like this project is going to be transformative for the city, but especially this area. We plan to continue to work in this area and just transform this entire node. It's pretty much a gateway to East Tampa. So again, we're just very appreciative for everybody coming out. We see a lot of familiar faces and new faces as well. We appreciate all the support, all of our engineers, all of our architects, all of our City of Tampa housing, friends and family. We appreciate everybody, and we're excited to gift this project to the city and just continue to build and just keep going. Like we want to do 100 more of these. So we thank everybody, and yeah, thank you.
All right, before we cut the ribbon, we know Dontavius and Kevin are the reason that we're here, and they're the ones that got it done. But just to sort of emphasize the type of relationships that this takes on so many different levels. I mentioned Home Depot and their purchasing programs, the City of Tampa, the banks, engineers, everybody, construction, everybody that had a hand in this. Please raise your hand just so we can give you a round of applause. All right, City of Tampa, come on. All right, good job. So this is the fun part. We get to cut a ribbon. All right. I think we're going to go right back here. Am I right?
You're watching a live event happening out of Tampa, Florida, and it does sound like they've cut the audio feed as we really aren't hearing anything. But what you're watching is a ribbon-cutting ceremony. You see Tampa Mayor Jane Castor in the middle there talking about affordable housing, and they've just cut a ribbon on a new site for affordable housing. She is being joined in this photo op with two gentlemen she says were instrumental in creating this affordable housing opportunity. So this is a live look right there from Tampa, Florida, as we continue to bring you events as they happen here at home and around the world. We are going to step away for another break. Much more news to get to, including some breaking news from the Supreme Court. We'll be right back. We are following some breaking news here at Live Now from Fox. This is a social media post by the Associated Press that I did want to take in full for you, pulling it up now. Breaking news that the Supreme Court has rejected a call to overturn its decision legalizing same-sex marriage nationwide. And I did want to share just a little bit more information with you. This is some file footage of the Supreme Court as we continue to follow this breaking news. The Supreme Court on Monday, today, rejecting a call to overturn its landmark decision that legalized same-sex marriage nationwide. The justices, without comment, turned away an appeal from Kim Davis, the former Kentucky court clerk who refused to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples after the High Court's 2015 ruling. Now, Davis had been trying to get the court to overturn a lower court order for her to pay $360,000 in damages and attorney's fees to a couple denied a marriage license. Her lawyers repeatedly invoked the words of Justice Clarence Thomas, who alone among the 9 justices has called for erasing the same-sex marriage ruling. Thomas was among 4 dissenting justices in 2015. Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Samuel Alito are the other dissenters who are on the court today. Roberts has been silent on this subject since he wrote a dissenting opinion in the case. Alito has continued to criticize the decision, but he said recently that he was not advocating for it to be overturned. Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who was not on the court in 2015, has said that there are times when the court should correct mistakes and overturn decisions, as it did in the 2022 case that ended a constitutional right to abortion. But Barrett has suggested recently that same-sex marriage might be in a different category than abortion because people have relied on that decision when they are married and had children. Human Rights Campaign President Kelly Robinson praised the justice's decision not to intervene, saying in a statement, quote, "The Supreme Court made clear today that refusing to respect the constitutional rights of others does not come without consequences. Davis drew national attention in eastern Kentucky's Rowan County when she turned away same-sex couples, saying that her faith prevented her from complying with the high court ruling. She defied court orders to issue the licenses until a federal judge jailed her for contempt of court. In September 2015, she was released after her staff issued the licenses on her behalf, but removed her name from the form. So we did want to share that breaking news, as today the Supreme Court has rejected a call to overturn its landmark decision that legalized same-sex marriage nationwide. Any responses, we of course will bring them to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are also following some more breaking news, and we also have another social media post that we want to get to right now. That breaking news is that the Trump administration has renewed its Supreme Court appeal to keep full SNAP benefits frozen during the shutdown, and a little bit more information on that as I share this live look of the White House with you right here. President Trump's administration returned to the Supreme Court today in a push to keep full payments in the SNAP federal food aid program frozen. The request is the latest in a series of legal activity over how a program that helps buy groceries for 42 million Americans should proceed during the ongoing government shutdown. Lower courts have ruled that the government must keep full payments flowing, and the Supreme Court asked the administration to respond after an appeals court ruled against it late Sunday. States administering SNAP payments continue to face uncertainty over whether they can and should provide full monthly benefits during these ongoing legal battles. The Trump administration over the weekend demanded that states undo full benefits that were paid under the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program during a one-day window between when a federal judge ordered full funding and a Supreme Court justice put a temporary pause on that order. A federal appeals court in Boston left the full benefits order in place late yesterday, though the Supreme Court order ensures the government will not have to pay out for at least 48 hours. So continuing to follow more breaking news as the Trump administration has renewed its Supreme Court appeal to keep full SNAP benefits frozen during the shutdown. We do have a lot to get to, and for that I wanted to kind of take you behind the scenes to let you know what we're monitoring at this hour. We do see a live look right here, and I'm going to bring all of these full for you so you can get a better idea, but this is a live look from New York City, where we are expecting to hear an announcement from the newly elected New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani. We haven't seen anyone walk up to the podium just yet. However, on the podium, you can see that there's a poster saying a new era. So an announcement of some sort, we are expecting that to get underway. We also have a number of other live events that we do want to share with you. This one is a live event. I believe this is going to be the one out of Maryland. We're not sure exactly what this live event is going to focus on. However, we did see some American flags and the Maryland state flag there, as the camera now seems to be focused on a couple of people. But as I was saying that, you can see that live look there of the flags and a podium, although we haven't seen anyone actually stepping up to speak. So we also have this other live look. We have a lot to get to. This is a live look right here, and I'm going to ask my producer specifically what this might be on. Okay, so this is the Health and Human Services announcement that we are expecting, talking about women's rights. So this is supposed to start any moment now, but the Health and Human Services Department, RFK Jr. being the secretary, is going to be holding a news conference on bold action, it says, to advance women's health. Now, exactly what that action is, they haven't specifically detailed that, but this is a live look inside that room. Folks are milling about, so it seems like it might be a little longer before we get this news update underway. But we're continuing to monitor that as Secretary Kennedy, among others on the department staff, will be making that announcement. However, we do have another live event that just got underway, and I'm not sure exactly where this is taking us out to, but let's just raise the audio and listen in together.
Monse and Alexa Thompson.
So this is a live event that just came into our studio. However, I also, as we do await some of these other live looks, wanted to continue sharing with you what we're taking a look at. This particular one is a live look outside the White House, as coming up any moment now, President Trump will welcome the Syrian president at the White House. So this is a live look outside. We also haven't seen any motorcade of sorts, but we did want to share that with you here on Live Now from Fox. And also another event, a very busy Monday, as you can imagine. This takes us out to the Senate floor, where the Senate is convening after they are making progress to end the government shutdown. That just got underway, so let's listen in.
Pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ready? The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., November 10, 2025, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Roger Marshall, a senator from the state of Kansas, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're awaiting to hear from senators, but this is the Senate convening after they took the first step yesterday to end the government shutdown, after a group of moderate Democrats agreed to proceed without a guaranteed extension of health care subsidies. That was in a test vote that was the first in a series of required procedural maneuvers. The Senate voted 60-40 to move forward, passing compromise legislation to fund the government and hold a later vote on extending Affordable Care Act tax credits that expire January 1st. So the final passage could be several days away if Democrats object and delay the process. But this is the Senate convening for the first time since yesterday's test vote, and that is on the agenda today, the continuing discussion on that. The agreement, though, does not guarantee the health care subsidies will be extended, and that is something that Democrats have demanded for almost 6 weeks. Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer voted against moving ahead with the package, along with all but 8 of his Democratic colleagues. A group of 3 former governors, New Hampshire Senator, both New Hampshire senators and independent Senator Angus King of Maine, broke the 6-week stalemate on Sunday. That is when they agreed to vote to advance 3 bipartisan annual spending bills and extend the rest of government funding until late January, in exchange for a mid-December vote on extending the health care tax credit. So we heard the chaplain, and we also heard the Pledge of Allegiance there as the Senate has convened. We haven't seen any speaker step up. So what we're going to do is take this opportunity to take a brief break, continuing to follow all of the proceedings on the Senate floor, as well as all of the other live events we're monitoring. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to monitor the Senate floor as the Senate has convened after yesterday's test vote to end the government shutdown. It doesn't seem as though anyone is speaking. We've been monitoring this during the break, and no lawmaker has actually stepped up to the podium. However, we do have another live event that is getting underway right now, and that is the announcement for women's rights by the Health and Human Services Department. Let's listen in.
Celebrate a huge announcement in women's health. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Good morning, everybody. I want to begin by acknowledging the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, who's here today to celebrate a new era in women's health. And we're grateful for your presence and for the attention that you're bringing to this historic announcement. I also want to recognize Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez DeRemer. And thank you again for standing with us. And a big hello to my friend, First Lady of West Virginia, Denise Morrissey, and thank you for being with us today. I also want to recognize my wife, Cheryl Hines, and my daughters, Kat and Kik, who are here. For more than 2 decades, the American medical establishment turns its back on women. Millions of women were told to fear the very therapy that could have given them strength, peace, and dignity through one of life's most difficult transitions, menopause. That ends today. The FDA is initiating the removal of a broad black box warnings from hormone replacement therapy products for menopause. We're challenging outdated thinking and recommitting to evidence-based medicine that empowers rather than restricts. When prescribed responsibly and started early, hormone replacement therapy transforms the lives of women. Hormone replacement therapy has been found to reduce the risks of cardiovascular disease and mortality by as much as 50%, Alzheimer's disease by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%, as well as reducing cognitive decline and all-cause mortality. In other words, extending the lives for as much as 10 years. It helps women sleep better, think more clearly, and live fuller, longer, and healthier lives. In short, it restores balance, not just hormonally, but emotionally and physically. That's why in 1999, approximately 27% of postmenopausal women took hormone replacement therapy. But then in 2002, a study called the Women's Health Initiative found that women taking hormone replacement therapy may have an increased risk of breast cancer diagnoses, not mortality, but diagnoses. The study was not statistically significant, but it triggered a media frenzy and led to the FDA applying unscientific black box warnings to all hormone replacement therapy products in 2003. The label was designed to frighten women and to silence doctors. It warned of diseases and dangers that the data simply did not support. Bureaucrats at the FDA reacted out of fear, not gold standard science. And instead of correcting the record, the medical establishment doubled down in groupthink. The consequences have been devastating. Since that decision, more than 50 million American women have been scared away from treatments that could have eased their suffering and extended their lives. Before the panic, 1 in 4 women used hormone replacement therapy. Today, it's fewer than 1 in 20. That's not progress, that's neglect, that's malpractice. We can no longer accept a culture of fear that blocks innovation and keeps patients from proven therapies. But today, thanks to President Trump's bold leadership and unwavering commitment to restoring trust in public health and the courage of Commissioner Marty McCary, the FDA is correcting that mistake. After a thorough, evidence-based review of decades of scientific data, an expert panel, and public testimony, the FDA is announcing today that it will remove the misleading black box warnings from all HRT products. For the first time in a generation, the FDA is standing with science and standing with women. The era of ignoring women's health is older. The era of patronizing women is older. The FDA will follow this science, and America's women will finally get the care, the respect, and the honesty that they deserve. Today, we are restoring integrity to medicine, restoring faith in public health, and we are restoring balance to the lives of millions of women who have been ignored for too long. And that's what it means to make America healthy again. And now it's my honor to introduce my friend, Dr. and Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary, who will share some more about this landmark decision and the steps that FDA is taking to improve the lives of millions of women.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Always an honor. Secretary Chavez-Dreamer, thank you for being here. Madam Second Lady, Mrs. Vance, thank you for supporting this endeavor. All my colleagues at the FDA, my colleagues at HHS, this is a historic day for women in the United States. The Women's Health Initiative study was the largest study ever done in U.S. history, a $1 billion study at the time. And you just heard how that study was misrepresented and created a fear machine that lingers to this day. Ask your doctor. But what you may not know is that there was an incredible backstory. The headline that hormone replacement therapy causes breast cancer was released to the media before the scientific data was released to the public. A week later, once the data was published, some of us looked at it and said, this is interesting. There's no statistical significance in the increase in breast cancer. If we don't have statistics, then we don't have science. All of a sudden, snake oil cures diseases, and science goes out the window. Women who took estrogen alone had a 24% reduction in breast cancer. And no clinical trial has ever shown that HRT increases the risk of breast cancer mortality. In talking to some of the scientists involved, in my curiosity as a cancer surgeon and public health researcher at Johns Hopkins before I came into this role, I reached out to some of the scientists and asked them about this controversy. I learned that before the study was released, the researchers got together in a hotel in Chicago and a shouting match erupted. One of the scientists said, if you put this out there, if you, quote, if you stir baseless fear around something so sensitive, that is breast cancer, you can't put that genie back in the bottle. Those words were so prophetic. Look at where we are today. What he predicted is exactly what happened. The fear machine took on a life of its own. Medical groupthink took seat. Just like the medical groupthink that told us opioids were not addictive for 15 years, like the medical groupthink that said kids should avoid peanut butter until they're age 3 to prevent peanut allergies. It turns out it increases the risk of peanut allergies with avoidance in the first 3 years. They got it perfectly backwards. Like the groupthink that saturated fat causes heart disease directly. For 50 years, we got that wrong, ignoring the role of refined carbohydrates. Tragically, for women, 50 million women since that study 23 years ago have been denied or never offered or talked out of the life-changing, life-saving benefits of hormone replacement therapy, including my mom. Many people know about the short-term benefits, alleviating the short-term symptoms of menopause, which can last 8 to 10 years. They can be severe, not like we were taught in medical school, that some women experience menopausal symptoms, but they last a couple years and they're usually mild. No, that was misinformation. The symptoms occur in over 80% of women. They last on average 8 years, and for many women, they are severe, even debilitating. Mood swings, night sweats, weight gain, hot flashes, divorce. By a large body of evidence, there are now recognized to be profound long-term health benefits that few people, even physicians, know about. A large body of evidence. The reduction in risk of Alzheimer's that's been suggested in one study. But let's just talk about the risk of bone fractures going down 50 to 60%. This is New England Journal level of medicine evidence. A woman who makes it to age 80 has a 1 in 3 chance of having a hip fracture. It is avoidable with a risk reduction of 50 to 60%, and so we're hammering rods in a woman's hip as a part of an operation for a condition that may have been avoidable. We don't talk about this issue as much as we should. Let's just cite the data on heart disease. More than, in the journal Cancer, I'm going to hold it up right here. In the journal Cancer, 3 years ago, they concluded that more than 40 observational studies show a consistent 30 to 50% reduction in coronary heart disease in HRT users compared to non-users. A 30 to 50% reduction in heart disease. What are we doing? The #1 cause of death in women is heart disease. The power of dogma. In the journal Circulation, again, massive, highly respected studies 30% reduction in all-cause mortality, and a 48% reduction in heart attack deaths. Okay, we talk about statins all the time. We never talk about HRT. Statins have up to a 35% reduction. And these studies are showing up to a 50% reduction. What are we doing? Not offering women this potentially powerful treatment. With few exceptions, there may be no other medication in the modern era that can improve the health outcomes of women on a population level than hormone replacement therapy. After 23 years of dogma, the FDA today is announcing that we are going to stop the fear machine, steering women away from this life-changing, even life-saving treatment. The FDA is taking action to remove the black box warnings from estrogen-related products. This is based on a robust review of the latest scientific evidence. Our expert panel at the FDA we conducted a few months ago, some of those doctors and experts are here with us today. We are also approving 2 new drugs for the treatment of menopausal symptoms. We are listening to doctors who have been waving the flag in the air saying, hey, we have this wrong. We are listening to women who have been challenging the paternalism of medicine. We are listening to female medical students that have demanded more menopause education in the curricula. This administration hears your voice and is not afraid to challenge the medical status quo. If you listen to people, and I've seen this at the bedside, if you listen to the patients, you learn a lot. HRT has saved marriages, rescued women from depression, prevented children from going without a mother. A male-dominated medical profession, let's be honest, has minimized the symptoms of menopause, and as a result, women's health issues have not received the attention that they deserve. More than 80% of women have notable severe symptoms lasting up to 8 years. How could the medical establishment get it so wrong for so long? That's the power of groupthink. Women deserve the same rigorous science as is used for men. We don't believe in medical dogma. We believe in evidence, science, patient choices, and restoring the doctor-patient relationship. And the way we do that, we talk about this all the time in the Secretary's office, the way that we restore the damaged public trust is by showing some humility. So with that, I want to thank everyone who's here, including the FDA scientists, Christine Wynn, Janet Maynard, and so many others. Sarah Brenner, my deputy commissioner, is now going to come up and give some comments. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Marty. Good job. Excellent. Thank you, Dr. McCary. So we have come a long way since our roundtable earlier this year at FDA. I would like to consider today our arrival at the start line, not the finish line on this issue. The start of a new era in promoting, protecting, and preserving women's health across the entire life cycle. For decades in medicine, understanding and addressing the differences between women's and men's bodies has been deprioritized. The unique physiological changes and needs of women have either been steamrolled or ignored. Menopause is not just a medical term. It's a deeply human and vulnerable experience. Like puberty, menarche, the phases of the menstrual cycle, pregnancy, postpartum, and lactation, menopause touches every part of a woman's being. Her body is literally changing through each phase of life. This is markedly different than the reproductive life cycle of men, who experience puberty, adulthood, and aging differently than women, both physiologically and culturally. Regarding menopausal treatment, for years, women were told that HRT could cause breast cancer. Black box warnings on HRT products discouraged doctors from prescribing and patients from inquiring about these products. Those fears shaped decades of medical guidance, family decisions, and FDA policy. Realigning beliefs with new and emerging data and scientific findings takes time and effort and courage, but it's worth it. We must encourage ourselves and others to be open-minded and seek an honest evaluation of where conclusions from the past may have been wrong and how we can evolve our understanding and practices moving forward. As women, we are caretakers, mothers, daughters, aunts, sisters, and leaders. We give so much of ourselves to others. Today, with this action, we affirm that women's health matters. This milestone would not have been possible without the bold leadership of President Trump, Secretary Kennedy, and Commissioner McCary. Through the MAHA movement, we are tackling outdated assumptions and groupthink head-on and returning to the simple truth that when science evolves, policy must evolve too. Today is a meaningful day for women's health in America. Thank you for joining us in making America healthy again for women of all ages. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Jackson to come up.
Today, we have the opportunity to add up to a decade of healthy years to the life of every woman that you love. The science is clear. Hormone therapy is safe and effective, and it is hugely beneficial to the vast majority of women when properly timed. When a woman goes through menopause, she becomes 2 to 3 times more likely to develop Alzheimer's than a man. Cardiovascular disease becomes her #1 killer, taking 8 times more lives than breast cancer. She's more likely to suffer from debilitating bone fractures, muscle loss, depression, and metabolic disease. Menopause shortens women's lives. Today, that changes. The black box warning on estrogen, a label based on the flawed, overgeneralized, and misinterpreted WHI study, kept tens of millions of women from accessing this essential hormone. Women have endured sleepless nights, derailed careers, painful sex, broken bones, and a loss of well-being, all because the science was misread. Estrogen isn't just about ovaries. It is just as much about the brain and its impacts on every organ in a woman's body. When estrogen vanishes, a cascade of disease and aging begins. A preponderance of data now shows that estrogen, when started early, acts as a protective shield for the brain, lowering risks of memory loss, mental health decline, and neurodegenerative disease, even Alzheimer's. It improves metabolic and immune function, reduces cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and fracture risk. Estrogen is one of the most effective longevity interventions for women. And yet, we have told women and their doctors the exact opposite. Tens of millions of women have suffered. They will never get those years back. But we can transform the future. It is time for American healthcare to catch up to American science. Secretary Kennedy, Dr. McCary, thank you for your leadership and your courage. And to the researchers, clinicians, and advocates who have worked relentlessly for this day, this is your win. Today is your day. Thank you. I'd now like to introduce Dr. Rachel Rubin.
Wow. Those of us who see the impact of urinary tract infections on women's lives are thrilled with these long overdue label changes. You see, when hormone levels decrease, it can lead to urinary frequency, urgency, pain with sex, and recurrent urinary tract infections. We call these symptoms the genitourinary syndrome of menopause, or GSM. Urinary tract infections are not just uncomfortable. They also cost our healthcare system billions of dollars and cause serious health consequences to the people we love, like sepsis and death. But there's a simple treatment, vaginal hormones, and they are safe for all ages, and they're proven to get at the root cause of GSM. So why aren't more doctors prescribing this life-saving medication? Because until today, the warning label on the box falsely says that vaginal estrogen causes cancer, stroke, blood clots, heart attacks, and probable dementia. yet not a single scientific study shows this. And because of that warning label placed in 2003, an entire generation of clinicians were never taught the details. And the details matter here. You see, estrogen, progesterone, and testosterone are all different, which matters when talking to patients about the risks and benefits of hormone therapy. Pills that are swallowed and metabolized through the liver carry different risks than those that go through the skin, like a patch, gel, or when used vaginally at low doses. For the medical community, we wanted to make this as easy as possible. So this year, the American Urological Association published guidelines endorsed by many other medical specialties that explains how to diagnose and treat the genitourinary syndrome of menopause, including how to prescribe vaginal estrogen. Because patients need their surgeons to know that vaginal estrogen should not be stopped before surgery. It doesn't increase blood clots, but it does prevent urosepsis readmissions. They need their oncologist to know that women with breast cancer who use it may actually live longer. And they need their primary doctors to know how to write the prescription, recommend it for life, and use it even if you're using systemic hormone therapy for hot flashes and osteoporosis prevention. Today's announcement is the culmination of decades of medical research, education, and advocacy, pioneered by the many people in this room and watching today, but it's also just the beginning. It will take more education and more advocacy to ensure this change benefits the tens of millions of women who are currently not getting the care that they deserve. Thank you so much. And I'd like to welcome another urologist, my friend, Dr. Kelly Casperson.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, and leaders, today marks a monumental shift in women's health. The FDA has finally acted to correct decades of misleading guidance. As a surgeon and advocate, I stand here for the 80 million American women over 40 whose health has been shaped by misinformation instead of fact. When I was in residency, I was told women were too complex, as if their health needs were unknowable. Years later, a bladder cancer survivor in tears reminded me how wrong that was. She wasn't complicated. She was in pain, and no one had treated it. That moment shifted everything. I started asking, who is taking care of the people who are supposed to be partnered with the people that urologists like me are giving testosterone and Viagra to? Because here's the truth. Women's care has been an afterthought. He gets treated. She gets dismissed.
We are listening here as we were just hearing the Health and Human Services announcement that they are removing warnings from hormone replacement therapy products for menopause. And we were just hearing from Secretary RFK Jr. talking about how this is revolutionary. However, we do have another live event that is taking place, and that takes us out to the Senate floor, where Senate Majority Leader John Thune is speaking amid the government shutdown. This comes after last night's test vote to end the shutdown. Let's listen in.
We will be voting on the final package in the very near future, and I'm hoping that will be hours and not days. We're on the 41st day of this shutdown. Nutrition benefits are in jeopardy. Air travel is an extremely precarious situation. Our staffs and many, many other government workers have been working for nearly 6 weeks without pay. I could spend an hour talking about all the problems we've seen, which have snowballed the longer this shutdown has gone on. But all of us, Democrat and Republican, who voted for last night's bill are well aware of the facts. And I'm grateful that the end is in sight. But I would encourage every member of this body, Democrat or Republican, pro-bill or anti-bill, not to stand in the way of our being able to deliver the coming relief quickly. The American people have suffered for long enough. Let's not pointlessly drag this bill out. Let's get it done get it over to the House so that we can get this government open. Mr. President, as I have emphasized since being elected Majority Leader last November, I remain deeply committed to advancing full-year appropriations bills through regular order. And we've drafted this continuing resolution to extend to January 30th specifically to give us more time to get this bipartisan work done. I look forward to taking up additional appropriations bills on the floor in the near future. Mr. President, after 41 days, I'm grateful to be able to say that we are close to getting the government reopened. And again, I ask all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, of both parties, to make it possible for us to quickly pass this bill. Mr. President, I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsoo-Brooks.
If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we did want to dip in as the Senate has now convened after yesterday's test vote to end the government shutdown. We were hearing from his Senate Majority Leader John Thune as he expressed optimism that the longest government shutdown in history is coming to an end. So we did want to bring his remarks to you live. Right now, it looks like they are taking roll call, as we were just hearing there on the floor. We're going to monitor this live event and, of course, bring you any remarks from leaders as they happen. But we are going to step away for a break. We're also monitoring this live look right here, as we are expecting to hear from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries about the shutdown. That is scheduled to start at around noon Eastern time. We're also going to be sharing those remarks with you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, stepping away for a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to monitor a number of live events, including the Senate floor. The Senate has convened after yesterday's test vote to end the government shutdown, and we were playing out live Senate Majority Leader John Thune's remarks. However, it does look like there is a lull in activity. We're going to continue to monitor this live event, bringing you any remarks as they get underway. But we're going to head back to another event that we were carrying for quite some time, and that is the Health and Human Services declaring that they will be removing warnings from hormone replacement therapy products for menopause. Right now, they're in the Q&A. Let's listen in.
So this is so important because in 2019, the American Urologic Association has recurrent urinary tract infection guidelines that say give vaginal estrogen. It prevents UTIs. And I found that no one did. No one read them. No one started writing prescriptions. So you can see, I got onto Twitter and social media and I got loud. And we have really inundated social media with a campaign of why this is important. And even a published paper just came out recently that showed prescription rates are increasing. Google searches are increasing for these vaginal hormones, which your great-grandmother in the nursing home can take to prevent UTIs. And we are seeing, we've published in the emergency medicine literature, and we both advocate, we publish, we research, and that's what's moving the needle. And so it is taking time, but people are getting loud, the public is getting loud, and I actually think there's a lot of hope here.
Awesome. Thank you. Right up here.
Thank you. Arthur Jones II, ABC News. Commissioner McCary, you talked about how this is a medical breakthrough for women, but why is this a medical breakthrough and not just the updating of guidance today? And also, you also talked about 2 new drugs for menopause. Can you expound on them a bit?
Sure. So we have a generic form of Premarin, which is a combination therapy that the FDA just approved. And, one of the giant goals of President Trump and this administration is lowering drug prices for everyday Americans. It is a health reform. It's not packaged with a bow from Capitol Hill, but it is a meaningful health reform that actually addresses the 2 root causes of our affordability crisis. The cost, the price of goods and services, and the health of the population is something we're focused on. And the other medication is a medication that is specific to the treatment of a menopausal symptom. There's already one out called Veoza. This is another product that also directly treats menopausal symptoms. And that's important for women who can't take estrogen because there are contraindications. I do think, to your first point, it is both a medical breakthrough and a guidance change, and we want to see the community talk about the evidence at the level of the evidence. So thank you.
Right there.
Hi, Matt Perrone, AP. Thanks for taking questions. Commissioner McCary has been passionate about this issue for a long time. I think the first chapter of his most recent book was about this topic, if I recall. But to what extent does this reflect FDA scientists and consensus among the rank and file? Was there a process reconsidering the label before you arrived there?
It wasn't the first chapter, but I have written on this topic, but thank you. Look, people have felt demoralized in this field. We've made almost no progress in assessing the evidence for years. And so they did an independent review and were enthusiastic to recommend label changes. And those are the individuals I mentioned. We'll have an article with those scientists at in the Journal of the American Medical Association, our top #1 circulating medical publication in the world. I think there's a couple other pieces coming out. We want to get the word out there that there is a nuanced message here. Most women are great candidates, and there are profound long-term health benefits. It's not just to treat night sweats and difficulty sleeping. Thank you.
Okay, one more question right there.
Hi, Luke Zarzecki with Inside Health Policy. Going off of that question, why did FDA choose to have an expert panel instead of an AdCom meeting, which is usually the procedure?
because AdComs are bureaucratic, long, often conflicted, and very expensive. So we can have an active, robust discussion as a group of medical experts spontaneously, and so we're doing more of that. We're doing both advisory committees following the long FACA process of the government, and we are also convening experts to say, speak your mind passionately, state your conflicts of interest if you have any, speak your mind passionately about an important topic in medicine that is not being talked about, that needs to be talked about. And this was one of those panels. As you know, we also had a similar forum on SSRIs in pregnancy. We had one on cell and gene therapy. So we're going to continue to have those. It allows us to have a robust debate without all the bureaucratic barriers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming today.
So that is the conclusion of this live event, as HHS has removed warnings from hormone replacement therapy products for menopause. We did want to share the question and answer portion with you. We're also continuing to keep a very close eye on the Senate floor as the Senate has convened. We were hearing from Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Right now, it does appear as though there is a lull in discussion, but we are constantly monitoring this live look, and we will be bringing you any remarks as they happen. We're also expecting to hear from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries coming up in less than 15 minutes. It is scheduled to start at around noon Eastern time. Sometimes they get underway on time, and other times they're delayed. But we also wanted to bring this reaction to you. Earlier at around 10 a.m. Eastern time, we brought you live the live remarks from House Speaker Mike Johnson on the shutdown. So we like to provide all of the live remarks from both sides of the aisle right here on Live Now from Fox. I also wanted to share this live look with you. This takes us out to the White House as President Trump is meeting with the Syrian president today. There are no cameras allowed for this meeting, but this is a live look outside the White House. This is typically where the motorcade comes. We haven't seen President Trump. We haven't seen the Syrian president. That meeting was scheduled to get underway at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So it is unclear as to whether both leaders are already inside the White House for that closed door meeting, or if this is also running a little bit behind. We're continuing to monitor all of the live feeds and, of course, all of the developments. All right, so we did want to share all of that with you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for another break. We do have some other events that we want to get to on the other side. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. We are continuing to monitor this live look right here as House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is expected to talk about the ongoing government shutdown. That's scheduled to start in around 11 minutes. So while we wait on this live event, we do have another live event that takes us out to Connecticut. We don't know exactly what they're speaking about. This just came into our Live Now for Fox studios. So